of time. Thank you.
Hello, ma'am. Anushti, ma'am.
Sudah kena jumlah itu.
Ma'am, we can start now.
Certainly, sir. So good morning to everyone. Wish you a very happy morning. I welcome you all to the second day of International Conference on Digital Transformation, a Strategic Approach Towards Sustainable Development, which is organized by Institute of Management Education, Research and Training, IMERT Pune, Maharashtra, in association with Institute of Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP, Tamil Nadu. I would like to talk about IMERT first. IMERT is conceived as a unique growth-oriented institute approved by AICTE, New Delhi. IMERT offers 2 years of full-time MBA program permanently affiliated to Savitribai Pune University, for which the students are admitted through the admission procedure conducted by Directorate of Technical Education, DTE, Maharashtra State. The institute was established in 1994 and has a legacy of over 27 years. It is accredited with A+ Institute by NAC. The uniqueness of the institute lies in the contemporary inputs from highly experienced and dedicated faculty members and development of dynamic personality. The institute is located at Karvinagar, a locality famous for some prominent and prestigious educational institutes, sprawling over a huge green zone with state-of-art infrastructure and hostel facility as well. IMRT practices experiential learning rather than academics only. It focuses for students pursuing MBA at IMERT to become a final product in the market with polished soft skills, managerial skills, decision-making skills, and overall life skills required for making them successful executive and leaders in the world of management. In a nutshell, IMERT promises a very enriching and very fulfilling learning experience to ever learners. I would like to announce here some of the major achievements of college so far. It is NAC A+ accredited college, over 27 years of academic legacy, the faculties with rich industrial experience, fully established research center, we call it as PGRC, smart learning management system, vibrant corporate relations division for placements and internship, we call it as CRD, established training center for running all add-on courses, strong institutional collaboration, MOUs with statutory bodies and industries for management training programs. Make It Happen Center for Innovation, Incubation and Invention, MCIII, which is funded by Tata Technologies and Software Technology Park, India. Now I would like to request technical team to relay the IMERT video. Thank you. Over to the technical team. Thank you very much, technical team. Now I would like to talk about IFERP, in whose association we have conducted this international conference. Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP, is one of the world's largest non-profitable professional association meant for research development and promotion in the field of engineering and technology. We are a platform to promote the advancement and dissemination of knowledgeable information about engineering and technology. IFERP is a professional association and forum where innovations and research interests could be supported and developed, prioritizing our mutual interest. Our forums and associates constitute professional leaders and organizations, connecting each other with mission to work as wizards of science for defending the earth. IFERP provides a world-class platform for scientists, researchers, academicians, business figures by organizing conferences and publishing research articles. IFERP conferences bring together the professional wizards and leaders who have explored all avenues to reinforce the field of applied science, engineering, and technology. Now, I would like to request technical team to relay the IFERP video over to technical team. Thank you.
Welcome to IFERP, a forum where innovations and research interest could be supported and developed, prioritizing our mutual interest. In this video, we want you to dive into our world, giving yourself a clear insight into IFERP. But first, who are we and what do we do? Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP for short, is one of the world's largest non-profitable professional associations operating under the Techno-Elite Research and Development Association, TRADA, meant for research and development in the field of engineering, science and technology. We are one of the largest professional bodies for engineering professionals in India and across the globe, established in 2014. We extend to every part of the globe, with more than 28,000 professional members and 34,000 student members. Our growing membership at IFERP has led to an increase in members from Europe, Asia, Australia, Africa and the USA, fostering networking opportunities that strengthen ties within and across countries and technical communities. The mission of IFERP is to connect professionals at an integrated platform for growth to divert knowledge and skills towards the sustainable application of professional education and more. And our vision of digitalizing innovation processes through our professional networking services and more has pushed us forward to our achievements today. With our mission to make our academic services reach the top and grassroots level of institutions, we are funding colleges to organize conferences and scientific events, enabling researchers incubated at different areas of our country to directly contribute towards the transformation of India. IFERP simply connects engineers, exchange global innovation, and acts as a bridge between researchers and academics by organizing international conferences, world conferences, faculty development programs, webinars, seminars, providing membership, and more. Some of our conferences include WCASET Malaysia, WCASET Jakarta, ICAS ETAM APU Malaysia, and many more. We've also organised scientific events in association with renowned universities done in the past, with over 28,593 journal publication services, creating opportunities to get your research paper published in high impact factor journals such as Scopus Indexed, Web of Science, Google Scholar Index journals, ESCI, UGC approved, L Compandax, ISI, Chimago Index journals, and many more. To make our operations smoother and more perfect, we have been supported by our associated organisation, Association of Cloud Technologists, Global Association of Nanotechnology, International Association for Big Data Analysts, International Association for IoT, International Wireless Network Association, and World Association for Structural Engineers. We have also worked alongside several clients and partners both nationally and internationally like University Malaysia Sabah, APU Malaysia, UNJ Jakarta, MC University Thailand, Ajman University Dubai, PUP Philippines, IIUM Malaysia, ISU Philippines, FCPC Philippines, WCC Philippines SRM University, Galgotia University, Amity University, and much more government and private organizations in different countries. At IFERP, we believe that there's always a better way to treat professionals, and that is what we do. If you would like to see more or go deeper on IFERP, you can visit our website at www.iferp.in.
Thank you very much, technical team. Now I would like to inform you about the conference. International Conference on Digital Transformation, a Strategic Approach Towards Sustainable Development 2022 conference aims to bring together leading academic scientists, researchers, and research scholars to exchange and share their experiences and research results on all the aspects of management, economics, education, engineering, and technology towards sustainable development. Conveying the world's experts to advance knowledge about innovative technologies and present new research findings and promote and enhance global scientific and community collaborations in synergy with other professional associations, this ICDTSD is being conducted. The theme of this conference revolves around bringing management, economics, engineering, and business technology research areas synchronically on all indivisible platforms. This conference will draw collectively research fellowships from diverse fields of unitedness to share their research findings and latest ideas. The main intention of this conference is to integrate interdisciplinary inquiry to deliver the best applications. The conference aims at raising global and national awareness on sustainable development challenges and a crucial role of strong global partnerships and cooperation as powerful enablers of the successful achievement of all the SDGs. Now, I would like to welcome our dignitaries. First, I would like to invite our college dignitary, Dr. Rupendra Gaikwad, Associate Professor, IQAC Head of IMERT. Over to Dr. Rupendra Gaikwad, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Anushu ma'am. Good morning, all of you. Honorable Management of Marathwada Mitra Mandal Trust, Director of the Institute IMERT, Dr. Jitendra Bhandari, the management of IFERP, my colleagues, students, and research scholars, and dear participants from across the globe. Today, as this is the research conference, I would like to highlight upon the efforts made by IMERT in the field of research. IMERT has established a PGRC, that is Postgraduate Research Center, affiliated to Savitribai Phule Pune University since 2012-13. Since then, many of the research scholars have taken benefit of our PhD Research Center. 6 PhD scholars have completed their PhD and awarded degree from Savitribai Phule Pune University so far. 5 of them have submitted their PhD thesis successfully to the university and remaining are pursuing their research. Currently, there are 6 PhD guides associated at PGRC of IMERT in the various areas like marketing management, organization management, HR management, etc. To promote research among the research students as well as MBA students of our institute, every year we organize research conferences like this. These conferences are at national as well as international level. As an outcome of these research conferences, we publicize the research work by contributors into the UGC Care listed journal either or the Scopus listed journal. To facilitate this process, we also conduct the faculty development programs, particularly in the areas like how to write quality research papers and publish it in the high impact factor UGC care or Scopus listed journals. Every year we do that. With this, the research students get an insight and they can remove the flaws from their research papers, and it becomes easier for them to publish their work in high impact factor UGC care either or Scopus listed journals. We have one Springer publication in our credit also. That's our achievement. Our faculty members of IMERT, they undertake the minor research projects which are sponsored by Savitribai Phule Pune University. Very deliberately, our faculty members involve the students into such kind of research work, and they derive certain publications along with the students. And not only that, we encourage our faculty members to participate in the conferences which are organized at the outside institutions, and IMERT support them financially. To take research acumen towards society development, IMERT has entered into an MOU with SEBI, that is Security Exchange Board of India. And IMERT is a very proud partner with SEBI. Why? Because we take the message of SEBI of investment in commodity market among farmers. Yes, since 2018-19, IMERT is continuously organizing these awareness programs in the interiors and the rural part of Maharashtra. We promote the investment in commodity market among farmers. We get very good response for such programs. We involve students even in this activity. To extend further our research acumen, we have entered with an MOU with NISM, that is National Institute of Securities Management, and various courses are run related to stock market in association with NISM at IMERT. The beneficiaries are our students as well as the students from the outside institutions. We provide one unique program for our faculty members during their vacations and the semester breaks, and that is World of Work. Under this World of Work, we send our faculty members in the industry to sharpen their skills, and whatever the new trends are happening into the industry, the practical things which are happening into the industry, they learn all those things, and whenever they come back into the classrooms, they deliver it, share it with their students. That gives updated knowledge to the students. Our faculty members are all equipped for industrial training as well as corporate training. Very regularly, our faculty members undertake such training programs into cooperative banking sector, into behavioral training, manufacturing sector, service companies. Some training programs already have been undertaken by our faculty members. To further make the students aware about research and get some more insights about it, IMERT has started a local chapter of NPTEL, which are the MOOCs on Swayam platform, Government of India. These MOOCs are available not only for students, but our faculty also regularly participate into it. They also undertake certain courses, and our faculty members act as a mentor to our students while they are going undertaking these NPTEL's online courses. Very unique feature which is going to start very soon because of, and that will be the outcome of our one more MOU with Pune Management Association, and that will be job shadowing. Very soon we are going to start with it because this job shadowing, which was in our thought since very long, but due to pandemic, we had some limitations and restrictions. So as the restrictions have been lifted up, the job shadowing, which we are going to start for our students along with the industry people. And very proudly, we can say that all of these activities have been initiated by IQAC of IMERT. And because of this, all of these efforts, as Anushri ma'am has also mentioned, that IMERT has achieved A+ grade, which is a very rare accreditation grade provided by NAC. With this, I thank the organizers, and that was the small introduction regarding research work undertaken by IMERT. Thank you very much, ma'am.
It was short but a punching session by Dr. Rupendra Gaikwad sir, and his experience of 9 years in industry and 14 years of experience in academics certainly proved very beneficial for IFERP. Thank you so much, sir. Now we are eagerly waiting for the next plan for the conference, and we will be starting with the auspicious program, that is the panel discussion program. Before we go ahead with the panel discussion, I would like to introduce all the panelists here. So first of all, I welcome Mr. Arun Kumar Durai Swami. He belonging to the Yashika Industries, Chennai, Tamil Nadu, India. Our next panelist is Mr. Sumit Kumar, Fellow Program in Management IS, Indian Institute of Management, Indore. Dr. Sandeep Sahasrabuddhe sir, Managing Director, Moneywise Wealth Planner, author and consultant to lot many of the organizations. And our fourth panelist, Mr. Manoj Kulkarni, Managing Director and President of JEC Distributor Private Limited, a 100% owned subsidiary of JECNC Canada. He has got more than 30 years of experience into it. Thank you so much, all the panelists, for being here. Now I would request panelists to join for the panel discussion. Our students, academicians, and research scholars are eagerly waiting for your thoughtful words. Now over to the panel discussion members. I would first request Mr. Arun Kumar Durai Swami to share his views on the topic India's Vision 2050. This topic is for the panel discussion, and we expect to have many of the inputs from your side. Over to Mr. Arun Kumar Durai Swami, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for inviting me for this conference, and thanks for all the attendees. Let me go directly to the subject. So, a number, it's 2050, which is a number which is similar to what we were calling 2020 and things like that. Abdul Kalam was telling 2020, and now since we are already in 2022, we are calling 2050. So where would we be there in 2050 is something which is a little far from where we are today, but we can actually see that we are progressing at a very a very high ramp speed. Means we will not be able to even imagine. So when we were in 2010 or something like that, we were able to imagine that in 2020 we'll succeed doing a couple of things, and we were exceeding those objectives. So 2050, I would say for India, we might be still the same. We might not be changing very differently, but say the facility that we have, the technology at which we'll be having different things like communication, agriculture, and industry will be completely different from what we are today. Definitely, there'll be a lot of growth. So I would say, for example, the conference is about education and research. So let us see these two subjects. So education, it used to be I'll go back another 100 years or back, beyond 100 years. So we used to do a lot of experimental education with gurukuls and things like that. So in between, we had a lot of book-based or script-based education. Now, slowly, we are again going back to the experimental education with the different tools that we have today. I'll just give you an example of how I used to get educated then in the institute. Say, typically, I come from an industrial family in Coimbatore. So we used to normally go to our own companies where we make something. It could be from different areas. So each of my uncles used to be doing different stuff, and my father used to work in a company. So when we go to that particular family, we actually start working with them, doing some activity, even as kids. And that is how our learning used to be. And that is what I would call as Gurukul in the family. So something like that could happen in the future for all the people. And that is a way by which we educate ourselves. So, for example, today I have a company which I'm running, which is into test and measurement. And I'm getting in some of my relatives who are living in Chennai. So I'm not from Chennai. So I have a few relatives and friends who have kids. So they all send their kids. They're all sending their kids to my office sometime whenever they are relatively free. And we used to work on mechanical equipment, painting, fabrication, and things like that when I was a kid. But today we work on things which is software. Which is Arduino, Raspberry Pi, and things like that, Python programming. So it is like completely changed. And this kind of progress will continuously keep happening. And education should become more experimental in the future. That's how I would see 2050. We will have more of experimental education and people understanding the concepts based on their own experience. Thanks for giving this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you a lot. Thank you a lot. Thanks a lot. Before we go ahead with the next panelist, I would just like to request all the presenters here to switch on their cameras for a while for a nice photograph. And please wear a beautiful smile on your faces. I request technical team to please capture the screenshot. Are we done?
We can proceed.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would request our next panelist to come up with his own thoughts. Mr. Sumit Kumar, Fellow Program in Management IS, Indian Institute of Management, Indore.
Yeah, thank you for giving me this opportunity to share my view over Vision 2050. So first of all, I would like to, because the theme of this whole conference is sustainability and digital transformation, I will talk from that point of view, because the Vision 2050 is a very vast area. We cannot if we keep on, if I discuss about it, it will take hours, because it covers a lot of area. So my discussion will be only based on digital transformation and sustainability. So if we think, as our Prime Minister has already targeted that India will be zero carbon emission by 2070. So what I see in the future, by 2050, our industry, our businesses will move in that direction, and almost all the industries or all the businesses will be working in this manner, that so that they can reduce down their carbon emission. And how they can do it? They can do it by innovation, by innovating new methodologies and new techniques, how they can cut down their carbon emission. And there was a research in I forgot the name of the public authors, in which they mentioned it clearly that if we take the 100% carbon emissions, the 55% is because of the energy we require, and 45% of the energy is the 45% of the carbon emission is because of the problem of the supply chain, or the problem of how we get the goods, how we actually sell the goods, and how we operate in that the consumer segment. So basically we have to rewire it. We have to rewire the whole system. So if we are able to rewire the whole system, the target, the Vision 2050, where there is because there is a sustainable development, means we have to take care of our nature, our environment, as well as we have to take care of the flourishing economy also. We have to take care of both the things. So how both the things will prosper at the same time, simultaneously. So this can happen only only if we will be able to cut down the 55% of that 55% can be taken care very easily by depending on the renewable resources. But this 45%, it need like vital rewiring of the how we think about industry, how we actually approach to the customer, how businesses approach to the customer. It's like and there is a term, it's called reinvent capitalism. So how we reinvent capitalism means we have to see the whole process, whole thing in a very different way, So I will there is a because of this the whole concept is called I forgot the name of the whole concept, what is called, because if we want to like achieve our goal by 2070, that is the zero carbon emission, we have to depend on we have to rewire our capitalism. We have to our whole like especially the country like India, where the majority of people are like living under poverty, or this a significant amount of people are living under poverty, and there are very few people who are among the rich, and there are also middle class segment is also there. So in this condition, we cannot directly follow whatever the Western countries are following. We have to adapt the whole theme of this re-capitalism in the context of India, and we can there are a lot of work is going in China on this concept. So we can like China is also has a huge population, so we can also take some techniques or the way how they are rewiring their industry, or how they are rethinking about their industry, how they are taking care of nature and industry at the same point of time. So we can learn many techniques and theme the techniques from them, and in this way we can achieve our goal of Vision 2050. And this is my like my point of view on the Vision 2050. Anushri?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Thank
Actually,
you so much. Yeah, thank you so much for your wonderful thoughts. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Manoj Kulkarni, sir, the President and Managing Director at JEC Distributor Private Limited, to share his thoughts on the topic, India's Vision 2050. Over to you, sir. Just give me a minute time, I will unmute you. Kindly accept the invitation to unmute, sir, and you can go on. Thank you.
Hi, Anushri. First of all, thanks for inviting me for this program. It's an amazing experience always to be with so many PhDs around over here. Like, so I always remember my professors who used to teach me, and, it becomes a little difficult to speak in front of them. As Sumit Kumar, who is from IIM Indore, spoke like a real prof and, gave us a lot of data, very, very interesting. Similarly, Mr. Doraiswamy, I really liked his, thought process on experimentation in learning. So, however, I will give my perspective about what I feel. So, good morning, students, and everyone on the panel, as well as on the group over here. My perspective was like, when I was given this particular program outline, I was asked to speak more about India, digital transformation, a strategic approach towards sustainable development. While, as rightly pointed out by the two honorable panelists, digital transformation is a very, very big, process or a challenge or whatever you can call it, and it really cannot be summed up into something that we can speak over a period of 1 hour. Nonetheless, everybody's perspective plays a very important role here, and I would like to contribute certain things. I think India is progressing well and heading towards sustainable development is what my understanding is. Typically, how I see it, because as you have rightly said, 30 years I've spent in the industry. I'm one of those few members in the group over here who's seen a radio with a transistor, as well as, today we are on Twitter. So I have seen that digitization happening right from Valve till the Twitter, as I say. So internally, initially, when the industry started, our digitization to a certain extent was limited to websites or internal MIS or CRMs and etc., so on and so forth. Now, today, India, I'm not speaking about more of the globe, but I'm talking about India has reached a different level where different databases and different businesses are talking to each other through whatever, like through internet being the major medium today. Bluetooth and all, it still remains, but internet being the major medium today. Ariba is one of the classic examples. When they started off as a small marketplace. But today, majority of the companies are doing business on Ariba. So that's a huge amount of digitization, especially in the private sector, that I've seen for myself. We will definitely talk about the government and how they are progressing on digitization. Coming to the government, as I mentioned, I think the coronavirus or the pandemic has really had significant effects on the global economies. There has been multifold increase in, I would say, digitization. The simple example being people are using more mobile money. Initially, it was only Paytm, but today you have one QR code and the whole anybody can transfer any amount of money to anybody. So that is something that I have seen happening. Apart from that, when we talk about digitization, there is a need, or it calls for a shaping of the market reshaping is what we would call. And market processes have characterized by their interdependencies, their interactions, their connectedness, their innovation. All these are very, very crucial to achieve the level of efficiency and effectiveness that we would really like to see, which I agree to a certain extent today is not that happening. It's not happening that fast. Overlapping of networks, as I mentioned, I give you an example of Ariba talking to some other network and business happening. So typically, again, when it comes to digital transformation, it is associated with a lot of challenges to develop a very viable business model. So it's happening slowly, but I maintain that India is progressing well. Now, there are various dimensions involved in the transformation. The important dimensions of digital transformation include like digitization of information in the first place, assembling and analyzing of large amount of data. Here I'm talking about big data. Typical example is our Arogya Setu app. Not many of them really are excited about that app, but that was an app where a huge amount of digitization was seen, wherein a lot of paper or paper data was converted into a digital data. And later on, it was really used by everybody. There are still a lot of bugs, but however, the improvisation in this whole thing is happening at this point in time. Now, as we progress, we are seeing typically when I started off with this company or in the initial few assignments that I've had, I've seen a lot of challenges, and not those challenges. Yes, I do agree. There is technology. There are different things that actually come into the picture. But there is a lot of human challenges that we come across. Now, there is a reluctance to this particular use of this particular technology. The primary reason that I feel is there is an increase in the number of partners, as well as there are interdevelopment or overlapping networks, due to which people are a little, or the users are a little uncomfortable and they're reluctant. You can see I'm using this wire, okay? I'm acting like a dinosaur, though I have a Bluetooth, but I still prefer using a wire. So there is a kind of reluctance. Now, to give you an example of what really is happening or what I'm seeing currently, we being a Canadian-based company, our dependence on the financial platform typically is with QuickBooks. However, the people whom we are working with, our external chartered accountants or my internal people in finance, they're very comfortable with working with Tally. because of which, like, there is this reluctance every time we want to make some changes. So we again have to talk to two different partners to get things done for us. Similarly, the another challenge I see is the complexity. Now, apart from complexity, the most important thing comes is the investment, whether we want to invest only in a one form of technology, or we would like to integrate two different technologies and have that investment. So this is investment primarily is a major challenge, because when we talk about big data, we talk about AI, it doesn't come cheap. I have worked with IT industries as well as non-IT industry. So I have some amount of understanding that these kind of technologies don't come cheap. Now, there are a few important outcomes out of this particular digitization and everything that is happening. Is everybody is getting an opportunity to learn. As Mr. Doraiswamy rightly pointed out, we should be having this experimental learning. So this is an area which everybody is really looking at right now. And this is a good outcome, Dr. Doraiswamy, this is coming out. Fintech, P2P lending, which is happening today. Initially, there was a time when P2P was considered to be a platform for corruption. Now, the government has really acted very, very fast on that. And today, there is an enactment in place wherein P2P lending is controlled and there is less amount of corruption that is happening over there. Of course, there are legal changes, that may have to come into the picture when we are actually looking at digitization, especially when it comes to the security and privacy of one's data. Having said that, I feel digital transformation is undoubtedly affecting the overall society, rendering new technologies, more accessible knowledge, competitive, and actually it is helping people to make better decisions. Typically, when you're even on the phone, when you're trying to buy something, take for example, any of these Amazon or something, you have an opportunity to make a better decision to decide what you want to buy. So I think it is playing a role as a catalyst for development and achieving a sustainable development all across India. I think that's it for now from me. And as we progress in the discussion, I will contribute my own thoughts, is what my suggestion is. I hope that is okay, Anushri.
Absolutely fantastic, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for all your thoughts. Now, our students and certain researchers are also very excited, and they have come up with certain questions based on the topic as well as your oral thought process. So can we go ahead with question and answer session? We have got our next panelist also, Sandeep Sasrapute. He'll be joining in some time because of his preoccupational commitments. He would be joining by 11 a.m. By the time, can we please go ahead with question answers for you?
Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. So as we can rightly see here, Mr. Arun Kumar Doraiswamy is also a startup funder. So in that case, sir, what do you suggest? What will be the scenario in 2050 about startup and the fundings and overall venture capital position? Let me unmute yourself, sir.
The startup funding has made a very big change now. It is almost like crowdfunded, and there are a lot of startup angel investments which are in place, including the one which I'm also part of. So right now it is like everybody who is actually working in a company can also invest in multiple other companies as well as theirs. And previously, in the previous age, the capitalism was in a very different way. Like you have large companies which are like having very big capital, which used to be the churners or the trendsetters. But today, even larger companies are trying to become small, like multiple small companies put together, and then they actually are able to govern better. And second, in perspective of HR also, like for example, if you have a lot of small companies, it's easy to manage that particular company as a individual entity. So when that is an individual entity, there is ownership for that particular team, and the investment also comes from the team itself to a certain extent. And anybody can invest in a company which can be small. So if it becomes very big, you will see that your share value is a minuscule, so you don't have a representation. So when you have a smaller company, it's easy to actually put in a couple of lakhs, and you also are a visible partner in that company. So that is the kind of change that I see in the investment arena.
Right, sir. Right, sir. Now, my next question is to Mr. Sumit Kumar. How do you see 2050 in terms of the education sector?
Okay. The first of all, the education sector will be the most crucial factor or crucial component if we want to see India as a superpower, as we have actually as Arun Kumar sir has already told that we have hearing about India being a superpower by Abdul Kalam by 2020. Now it's gone to 2050, and we are targeting India to be a superpower at 2050. So if India wants to be a superpower by 2050, education is one such component which can plays a key role. So reason behind is because if you don't have any well trained, because education provides like skilled workforce. So if you don't have a skilled workforce, it will not allow your industry to boom. Okay, or it will not even whatever the even initiatives our government is taking to open up new industry or inviting some multinational companies to India. They are looking for one big component: cheap as well as skilled labors. And how this skilled labors come, where this skilled labors comes, I'm not talking about labor, it means workers. Labors in the sense of people who will work in their industries. So where they will come from? They will come from these educational institutes. So if they are skilled, but the current scenario, what I'm looking, that only 47% of the graduates who are coming out of colleges are employable or skilled enough to get employed directly to the industry. That is the biggest challenge for the current educational for current education. So if we somehow try to improve this scenario and try to include some courses, or the colleges should schedule or motivate their students, or reframe their education strategies in such manner that they will focus more on practical education, and practical education less on academic, theoretical education. And the second point I want to focus that they should be more aligned towards the industry, because the major goal of industry education is to get a job. So for getting a job, you have to be skilled enough, you have to be employable, and we have to understand what are the requirements of the industry. So these are the points. So if we and what are the strategies behind, and how we can achieve this the skillful workforce. First of all, the government should play an important role, because government can be a shepherd in this condition, because government because if they frame a policy, a government is coming with a Skill India program. Okay, and
Yes,
where the government is coming with the Skill India program, where the people who are who are 10th pass, even 10th pass, who don't have any good educational qualification, they can also get trained there to get skilled and get employed in some industries. So government need to introduce some more such kind of schemes, even because the reachability of these schemes are not even are only limited to the cities. So if we want to improve the scalability of the workforce, we have to include the rural area or suburban area also, and we have to encourage people to get skilled. Okay, we have to somehow we have to incentivize these whole schemes, so that if by even after education, even that could be done by while education, they will get an internship, and that could be the paid internship also. So if they are getting the continuous flow, continuously money, continuously income or salary, while even getting the training, that will be like that will be like big like motivation for the people to get like skilled. And the first component is this. Second component is the people. If we are not able to integrate the people, if we are not able to like motivate them, that they have to get somehow get skilled. They have to, whatever the skill they have to change their skill set, and they have to increase their skill set to get employable to the desired job they are thinking about. So this is the second component of this whole picture, that is the people. First one is like government, and third one is the policy what the government is actually making. So if the whole policy, and we have to all integrate all these all three components in a triangle where everything is connected with each other. And how the digital transformations plays a role, where we have already recently seen, while in this pandemic, we have seen everything. Even the small schools, their classes are going on Zoom meeting or some Microsoft team, and there are other platforms also. So they somehow we have to bring it down, because the reachability of smartphones are almost in every part of the India, even in the suburban area and the rural area also. So if we increase this, we know that there is a reachability of a smartphone in every part of the India. We have to use this thing, and we have to like use the digital innovation, and launch this launch this skill or skill programs using this like the advantage which India is currently enjoying, that is digital like mobile revolution, or like IT revolution, which is currently in India. And that's all from my side, Anushree.
Can I add something to what
Yeah, sure,
Sumit sir has said?
Absolutely, sir.
Sure,
The
sir.
forum is open for all the four
It's a
panelists.
fantastic thought that Sumit sir has really brought up, and I agree that government needs to do more work in this space. However, I would like to say the step that the government has taken under the Skill India program, and how CII, the Confederation of Indian Industry, is really stepping up to the need. The Confederation of CII, Confederation of Indian Industry, has started up some program called the 100-100 Partnership Program, wherein when Sumit sir was talking about urban, rural, how they can really mix. I'm a part of that program, and every year I go around India assessing colleges, premium colleges, to figure out whether they are really producing industry-ready resources or no. But sadly, as Sumit sir has rightly pointed out, the number of directly employable resources from these institutes is on a little on a lower side. But the fact is that when I was doing assessments, I realized this unemployability is more in the urban area than the rural areas. I chose to go around assessing universities, and I realized most of the funding for the laboratories are from this big ticket companies, name it, like it's whether be BMW or Ferrari or IBM, is going into rural areas where there is a huge amount of learning that is happening. And this 100-100 partnership program focuses on industry resources going and working in this college for a period of 6 months. And the students, who are in the third or fourth year, in Maharashtra, we generally talk about the sandwich course, are brought into an industry and they are trained. So there is a huge exchange of program, and there is a possibility of, the students who are coming out of these institutes are really industry ready. That's what is happening with CII right now. It's a very interesting program. And IIT Hyderabad, when they were set up in Hyderabad, at that time I was in Telangana working with a company there, and we really, they participated, and it's really working well. I've seen it myself in one rural college in Maharashtra, where even accessibility by ST was a challenge. I've seen Ferrari investing in their laboratory, wherein the students have developed a model car for Ferrari. The only challenge though remains is the communication, because when we as industrialists or working professionals in an urban area, we expect our resources to speak good English, have good manners and carry themselves very, very well. But unfortunately, that is something that those students miss out on, and they are unable to get that particular employment, because there are certain there is a certain way, a certain culture which all the companies in India or especially in the urban areas want the resources to be. So that's where, like how Arun sir was mentioning about experimental learning, this is something that we should focus on and not really focus only on good English. Unfortunately, they didn't have that opportunity, but we should be doing something here. The digitization whole process will play a very, very important role, because these people do not have the basic need of a high bandwidth internet connectivity. So what are we talking about when they don't even have access to proper information? They have to travel to a place where they have this information, go to libraries, universities, and all those kind of things. So this is some work that CII is doing under that Skill India program, and I thought I'll just contribute to it. It's a very interesting program, and I think IIM Indore should also do something about this. Sumit sir, if you want, I can pass on that information to whom you can connect with in CII Delhi.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir. And we have one program, sir, which is it's not related to increasing education, but we have a program called Rural Immersion Program, in which we have to visit the rural area, where we will see their problems, day-to-day problems, and we have to write one report over it. And we have to submit that report to our institute, and that report will pass on to the government of India, so that they can take some better step to improve it.
Perfect.
So, and I will definitely, sir, it will be like.
I'll be in touch with you. I'll take your email address from
Sure, sir. Sure, sir. Sure, sir.
Yeah. So thanks for the discussion.
It seems how wonderful everybody is contributing.
Arun sir was saying something. Anushri, Arun sir was saying something.
Yeah, sir. Arun sir, yes.
So thanks for the discussion from Sumit and Manoj. So I just wanted to add upon in both their discussions. See, the government is putting in some schemes which actually sometimes go negative as well. So I would want to touch upon the negative part as well. So there should be a feedback mechanism which actually makes these corrections. See, for example, Skill India scheme is being used by couple of large corporates. I would say large corporates, because smaller companies don't have access to those things, and they use fresh engineers as workers. So that is something which actually de-skills those people and makes them unemployable as well. So whatever Manoj sir given the laboratories that are there in the institutes by corporates, yes, that helps a lot. Yeah. So that helps a lot because the students are allowed to do experimental learning. And second, this also has to come from the families of the students. So we'll have to do a lot of education to the families, and why should they get this? So then doing what and how? So we should actually put in this thirst in the citizens of India to understand why they should do this and what do they actually intend to bring out of their children. Okay. Exactly. So, for example, and second, we need not have to do this in colleges. So it can start from schools. So it can start from as young as when you are 10 years old or even lesser than that. For example, I was actually part of a company called National Instruments, so where I was actually a partner, alliance partner for National Instruments. So I used to be using their products from day when I started working in a company. So what they were actually trying to push us to put in products which will actually allow the engineers in kids to come up with scientific development, and which is based on their own domain, which is instrumentation and automation. So if we can actually have a lot of corporates putting in their effort in this direction and educating and getting interest in not just in engineering, it could be in any field. So for example, it could be on aquaponics or aeroponics based agriculture and things like that also. So if we can actually put in this kind of seeds in the early stage. So early stage is what I'm telling is like when they are around 7, 8 years, 9 years, and 10 years. So you'll be able to. So I was telling about interns who are my relatives' kids, right? So I'm telling about kids who are less than 10 years, at 10 years, not when they are very old and when they are actually in the college. So when they are in the college, they should have already decided what they are going to do. So for them to decide on where to go and what is their interest area, where is their thirst coming up from, it should start as early as when they are a child, when they are really small, when they are kids. So this is something which will help our country grow much faster and better, and be focused on why they need to do this.
Yeah, but a lot of digitization should be done over here. Just to take a little ahead, Arun sir, is that I come from a place called Pune, and we have a National Chemical Laboratory over here. Similar to what Google does, they invite some applications and confer those children with the best possible idea. Even National Chemical Laboratory has that on their open day, but it's not published anywhere. So parents will not have access to it. Parents will look at their Hotmails and Gmails and maybe Facebooks, but digitization, it is here, wherein it comes up as an ad instead of something else coming on Facebook. Possibly it will help. That's a very valid point, sir.
But this is an area where the government could work on instead of actually putting in money in things. Bringing awareness is what is required from the government.
As Arun sir has rightly pointed out, like we have to include all these things in the schools. So according to as per my knowledge is concerned, like India has implemented this thing in new educational policies. They are coming with a new education where there is a voluntary kind of training, skill based training from the class 8th to class 11th. Now they don't call it class 11, they have something separate name. the whole concept is totally changed now.
With NEP 2020, we can certainly will experience a lot many sea changes into education system. We have, sorry to cut the discussion between, but we have our fourth panelist here available, Dr. Sandeep Sahasrabudhe. He is a BCom, MCom, CFP and CPFA, and is a managing director of MoneyWise Wealth Planner and author of the book Demystifying the Asset Classes, which has already been witnessed the 2,000 copies being sold. So I heartily welcome Dr. Sandeep Sahasrabudhe sir to share his thoughts on the topic India's Vision 2050. Over to Sandeep sir.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much for the introduction. I'd like to answer a few of the questions which were pointed out in the panel discussion questions. So the first question being, will robotics and artificial intelligence decimate the jobs for the middle class? So my perception about this is about 6 to 7 sectors would definitely, we would see some jobs declining, particularly in transportation. As you are aware, there are Tesla cars which are being manufactured in the US, and there have been incidents in China also where there are cars which are driverless. So this kind of thing is happening now, which is gonna reduce the jobs. In India also, it would take time for this to get implemented. But so transportation, then manufacturing, healthcare, education, to some extent media and customer service is what, according to me, are 6-7 sectors where we would see reduction in jobs to some extent because of artificial intelligence. Next question, is it okay if I just go question by question, ma'am? Share my thoughts.
Actually, we are not supposed to go with the question and question likewise. We will be going ahead with questions to all the panelists one by one, or maybe one question and views shared by all of them. Likewise, we can go ahead. Over to you, sir.
Yeah. So I'll directly talk about the vision for 2015 as the topic is. Just a minute. So as you are aware that for a country like us, we are about now the fifth largest economy in the world, and here in this phase of next 10 years is very important for India 2020 to 2030, which will envisage the growth till 2050. So as the economy we will transform ourselves from a $3 trillion economy to a $5 trillion economy, and this is where we will see a lot of people getting transformed from middle class to upper middle class in the next 5 to 10 years. And the per capita income for India is also improving. So that is what is encouraging as of now. We have, as of now, the share of working population from about 61% of India as of now is considered to be, as of in 2016, used to be the working population. By 2050, we envisage it to touch about 66% or so. So that is what is going to be good for the economy. Going ahead, if we look at the sector by sector, agriculture as a sector, we are getting up, geared up to be on the similar lines like the US, for example, which is considered that they use the most modern techniques for agriculture. And so more and more modern, market-oriented, climate-resilient agriculture techniques is what we can envisage, which would shape up the agriculture system of India and lead to lesser suicides across the country. Then scaled up usage of modern inputs and technologies could be very much integral part of India growth to maximize the productivity and make India leader in exports across the world. And the most important thing to ensure growth for the country is to ensure that what is being set in the 5-year plans actually gets transformed in the reality. So we need to ensure transformation and growth, consistency in whatever the work that is happening. So that is what is being envisaged. And so according to me, sustainability is very important. There are about 17 goals which are mentioned in for sustainable development of the country, which were pointed out in the United Nations member states 2015. So these 17 are like poverty is a big problem for India. So as of now, if you look at the population, supposed to be about 30% kind of population is below the poverty line. So we need to reduce poverty. So these 17 sustainable development goals we need to focus on, so that, and if we achieve success in these 17 goals, then we would definitely be a superpower. But I strongly believe that as a country, we are a superpower in the making. So if we go through the phases of last 40 years, where there was a phase of 10 years where Japan was leading the revolution, then we had US, then China, and this phase of 10 years is supposed to belong to India. So poverty is where we have to tackle this issue. Then hunger problems we have to eliminate, good health, well-being, quality education, clean water and sanitation. So here, particularly clean water and sanitation, a lot of commendable work has happened in the last 5 years, where we have seen increase in the toilets across the country, affordable energy, then industry innovation, infrastructure, and reduced inequality. So I think from the next 10-15 years belongs to our country. We have also witnessing a lot of growth in digital India transformation. So as of now, we had in 50% users using internet in 2020, and about 1.37 billion Indians are having access to the internet as of now. So that is remarkable growth from about 21% Indians in 2017 were using internet, vis-a-vis as of now in 2021 we are having 61% India using internet. So this is a very good thing that has happened to the Indian economy. demonetization, which took place in 2016, was also one important step for India to head towards digital money and head towards a cashless economy. So if India were to adapt, and year by year the percentage of cashless users were to increase and the use of cash were to decline in a country where primarily we had in 2016 about 86% Indians were using cash. So the usage of cash in India is dropping as we speak. So that's going to be an important factor for in the development of the nation. Thank you very much. Over to you, Anushri madam.
Thank you so much, sir. Will it be okay if I ask you a question on cryptocurrency, because you are the expert into finance domain, and
Yes,
I would certainly love to get the answer. What
Sure,
would be the status? What would be the challenge for India in terms of the digital currency and cryptocurrency? We call it as.
So India is, as of now, surprisingly world's largest user of base of cryptocurrencies is in India, followed by the United States, and as of now, they have made, as you are aware, in the budget, 30% tax they have introduced.
True.
On cryptocurrencies, but there was a lot of people were really excited that cryptocurrencies might have become, the people started that calling that it has been made legal, but that's not the case. Immediately the next day there were clarifications from the Ministry of Finance and particularly our Honorable Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman madam that there is no way that India has made it legal as of now. In fact, just yesterday we had an article from the RBI Governor Shaktikanta Das calling that there is no underlying asset class. So cryptocurrencies, from the taxation perspective, India having the highest users in the world, there was a lot of confusion. People and as such, the country has always been against cryptocurrencies. So people, those, because I have been dealing in cryptocurrencies since 2016, I personally have been have had hassles means from the banks were never favoring cryptocurrency usage. So we in a year in 2018 we went through a phase where RBI stopped banks from accepting all the crypto exchanges in India, which were dealing through the banks. For people used to pay money to the crypto exchanges and people used to buy from there. So that stopped, and then a year back we had they again started allowing. So, but technically, if you see, because there are negatives to do with cryptocurrency, that is their money laundering and terrorism, etc. And more people across the world have started accepting bribe and in bitcoins, etc. So technically, I mean, as such, the government has always been against, and that's why we are now seeing the emergence of India's own digital currency.
Right, sir. Right, sir. Now, I just request all the participants, those who have got any questions to be asked to panelists, may put their questions into chat box one by one, or maybe as per the time requirements, as per time allotted. I will be asking those questions which are not yet covered into the discussions while we have till now. So my next question to Manoj Kulkarni sir, he being the expert into different varied education like science and management and general laws as well. So no, the question is regarding what is going to be the most important for India: education, then defense, or the medical, or we can say here the I mean science, education, defense, and medicine. What do you think? Which is going to be the most crucial sector for 2050, if we consider?
It's very difficult to answer this question, Anushri. As far as if I have to answer this, all these domains or areas that you mentioned are crucial. Like medicine, yes, that is going to improve the quality of life or the wellness of people. Defense, certainly, yes. We are at a situation every day in the newspapers. You are seeing challenges happening across the borders. Our fleet of aircrafts are being upgraded. No, so those kind of things are definitely happening. Education, as you rightly pointed out, is definitely one of the factors, because the more we are educated, the more balanced life everybody can really look forward to. Because education brings in a lot of changes in your thought process, in your mental stability, or the way you would think. If education is not imparted properly, not from a political perspective, but what needs to be done for the improvement of a country, the children, or the educated folks are going to be able to take their own decision based on the information that is going to be available for them. So I think everything that you mentioned is very crucial. If India has to go to the next level, as Sandeep sir rightly pointed out, that the next 10 years, India is going to be in the forefront, and we should be really supporting from all these perspective to make ourselves a superpower.
Right. On the same lines, we have got question from the participant. What would be the scenario of STEM, science, the science, engineering, technology, and mathematics in the year 2050? This question can be then supported by Sumit Kumar, being the young and talented person from IIM Indore.
Actually, the question is that, can you repeat the question?
What would be the scenario? What would be the role of STEM, that is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, on India's Vision 2050?
Okay. The first of all, the science is a question related to like a stream related question.
Yes, STEM related question.
It's a stream related question. So first of all, for the overall development of a country, we cannot there should be, as Sir Manoj sir has pointed out, there should be like a balanced approach. So we need to follow a balanced approach here also. And when we are talking about science, technology, or management. So we cannot imagine for a balance, like for a better for a vision 2050, we need people who are technically sound, who we need people from natural science, we need people from management background, because if we need a development in the area of natural science, which is related, suppose just imagine a scenario, if we need to progress in the domain of like astrophysics or a nuclear physics, so we need people from natural science. And if we need if we need engineers or doctors, we need or doctors or something related to technology domain, like IT experts, or so we need people from the technology domain. If we need like people like a decision maker, a leader, or who can lead the industry, or we need a CEO also, and for a vision for 2050. There comes the role of like management people. So I think we have to take a balanced approach. We have to go like give importance to science, technology, and management equally. But truly we have to follow whatever the trend, like if there is a if we see that there is a balance between science, technology, and management is like disturbing, government or educational institute has to come forward to address these challenges and the problems. Like currently if I talk about like currently if I talk about, there is a problem in natural science. We are lacking the laboratories, proper laboratory in the area of natural science, because we have the educational institutes which is related to natural science, but at the same point of time, like we have institute like IIC Bangalore, which is like very good, which is called like Cambridge of like Princeton of Asia. But at the same time, we have like institutes which barely has like any laboratory to carry any experiment which is related to natural science. So we have like this, like we have diversity of educational institute. We have to address the problem of infrastructure. So if we address the problem of proper infrastructure, then we will be able to produce a better students, and which will be able to like contribute from their behalf towards the vision of 2050.
Right.
I think I will be able to address this question if you can ask from him. Okay, how? I think Pooja Vadya has asked.
Pooja Vidya had asked this question. Yeah.
Yeah, just to add to what Sumit sir said, very well put, Sumit ji. And as he pointed out, we have those requisite institutes over here. But I'm giving my own personal experience. I go to the route of how the students need to be educated, which Arun sir has been talking about right from childhood, about choosing their career properly. And they should make an effort to go in that direction. Now, my example is that I'm a BSc Physics gold medalist. I did my project work in superconductivity, and I got 96%. Now, I did this project again in National Chemical Laboratory, wherein I developed a superconductor called superconductor 123, yttrium barium copper oxide. And after BSc, the people were telling me that, people in the sense, the doctors, the professors whom I worked with, saying that you should choose this profession and go into do your PhD. IFERP was one of the best institutes in India, and it was in University of Pune. But I was not able to make up my mind, because somewhere in my mind, pure sciences was not going to get me a good job, because I come from Gen, whatever X, Y, Z, whatever you call these days. Pure sciences was like, at the end of the day, I'm going to be turning towards the blackboard and teaching. That's not what I wanted to do. But I chose to get into management, and, I did all that. Not that I regret that decision, but even today, at the back of the mind, when I realized pure sciences is such an important aspect of overall development in India, I still look at the new developments that are happening in superconductivity. I still go to my old college in Ferguson, try to find out what my professors are doing. So coming back to the point is, we should really follow or try to encourage people what Arun sir has been talking about, trying to help them understand what they want to do in life going forward. And they, rather than they deciding whether they want to join an IT industry or a manufacturing industry when they're doing their BE, So that's the only thing I wanted to add.
Sir, can I add one more thing?
Yeah, sir.
Sir, actually, what is happening? What is the basic problem with natural sciences? It's not a problem, I can say, because India is lacking in manufacturing industry. So India has not full grown manufacturing industry. If their demands come from this side, obviously there will be people will be interested. There is a huge demand in the IT sector. The people IT sector. So people started taking IT as a major subject in their bachelor's and master's. So I'm also from computer science. So basically they started taking computers as a major in their bachelor's. Even the number of people, even if a person who is getting a high rank in ITJ, his first choice is computer science in IT Bombay. So basically, why this is because they at the end they know that they will get a high paid salary.
Exactly.
So high paid salary. So if there is a manufacturing sector, flourishing manufacturing sector in India, obviously there will be demand at this end. Obviously, the people will be motivated enough that they know that after taking this course, they don't have to switch their stream, and they will directly get fetched into their core area, and that will motivate much more students from the natural science stream. Even sir, as you have talked about, you are also from natural science area. So I was also very fascinated towards physics, sir. So natural science area. So they will also obviously they will be properly absorbed in that manufacturing area or some area related to it. So I think India is lacking. If they will work in this sector, obviously there will be much more student from natural science in comparison to technology and management.
Correct.
And we will see better institute. We will also see some better institute who will be willing to launch a course which is related to natural science also, sir.
Right. Considering
I would like to.
Yes, sir. Arun, sir. Yes,
I would like to add upon this particular thing, that is education or whatever be it should not be actually driven by someone, but instead it should be taken by those who are requiring that. And awareness is what has to come from the other people. So typically STEM education is actually going to give access to all that is available to the children, and let the children experimentally understand what they like most. Say, for example, Manoj had told that he liked to work on things, but he could not because employment was the only thing that was seen.
Exactly.
Employment is always the driving factor.
Yes, sir.
See, typically what I would say is employment should be the driving factor. But for example, how do we drive this is like you give STEM education, and diverse STEM education, not just in only one area, one technology area, or something which is running perfectly today, but in everything that is possible, and let the children choose where they need to go, and educate the parents so that they don't stressfully put these children in something which they don't like. And naturally, when they get educated in those areas where they like the most, they'll be doing better, and they'll be starting up their own companies in the future. So let us invest in small companies and make them flourish better. So this will automatically bring in industry for the required segments, and it will become diverse, because when you are giving the thirst to the student, the children, it will automatically flourish. Instead of actually driving with the government policies, I'm against government policies driving things on people. So it should actually happen on its own, so that it can come from the root, not from the what you call the sun.
Yeah.
The sun should be just a source.
Yes,
so it may not have to be the root. The root should go wherever it wants, and it should be like based on its own thought process instead of actually from external sources.
Yes.
Just to add to what Sir mentioned, between 2005 to 2015, STEM employment. So STEM, just for the knowledge of everyone, is those who don't know the full form: science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So the average growth in the people opting for this stream was about 25%. So between 2005 to 2015, almost 25% more people have opted for STEM, and the employment has gone up significantly in this time frame.
Excellent.
And petroleum engineering is one area which is considered to be one of the best courses in STEM.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's the knowledge addition today.
Yeah, we are learning. We are learning from Dr.
Yeah,
Sir.
learning out of panel discussion. My next question goes to Dr. Sandeep Sir to put this, sir. May I, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Please.
Okay, so considering the present GDP of the country and the present unstable, degrading political scenario, along with ever increasing population density and depleting natural resources, what would India achieve by the end of year 2050? So many of the factors are clubbed into one question, I suppose. So to segregate that, talking about GDP, then unstable, degrading political scenario, ever increasing population density, and depleting natural resources. These are the four factors. Considering these factors, what would be India achieving in 2050?
Lot of as of now, if we were to analyze the GDP pattern in India, we were at one point in before 2008, kind of, we were at 9% GDP, and then we had during this demonetization, when it happened, the GDP really came down to about less than 5% also. And now we are supposed to be in this last quarter. The data which was released a month back, we were at #1 position in the world with about 9% kind of GDP. So as everyone is aware of that China plus one policy and the digital India revolution which is taking place in India. So we are we are actually seeing a lot of development happening in India. So the last decade, which was at 2010 to 2020 decade, which was purely led by China with higher GDP than India. Now India is supposed to grow at a very fast pace. So the GDP, if we are able to sustain keep it above 7%, then we will see India becoming a superpower by 2030 itself. So this is as far as the population goes, there obviously no political party will ever advertise of reducing the population, which had happened actually during the Indira Gandhi era, I think in 1970s, which faced a backlash. So as far as controlling the reducing the population it's not going to be easy. But the efforts that the government is putting, or any particular government in future will also put, is reducing the people from this below poverty line. So below poverty line, as of now, which is in India, if we look at uh, and if you look at other countries like Bangladesh, for example, had in between overtaken India also. So below poverty line, we have to, as a country, we have to actually come out of it. So as of now, about the current below poverty line, about 1059 rupees is the GD, about 62% per PPP. So here we have to actually come up as a country. So, and also, as I mentioned earlier, the transformation which is taking place from middle class to upper middle class, once there we are witnessing growth, and that is actually going to help more consumption, and more consumption will lead to more sustainable development of the GDP.
True, true, very true. Thank you so much. Now my next question. Yes, sir. Yes, Sumit
Okay,
sir.
sorry. Ma'am, actually, I want to add to Sandeep sir's question.
Absolutely.
Like there are three main things which you talked about. Like first one is GDP, second one is resources, and third one is population density. So according to the, first of all, I will address the last factor, the population density. As sir has told, no political party has addressed this problem. I think China has addressed this problem in their own country, with two-child policy in the rural area and one-child policy in the urban area. But they have faced faced problems because of that. Now they have changed. Now they are encouraging people to have children. But that is the problem with introducing the population control policy by any government. So I think it will be better that if it comes with like education, if we educate people to have less children, or less people in their family, it will be much better. Because recently we have seen that India has recently performed very good in, like, India has come, like, population growth has come down to 2 if I'm not wrong, 2.3, which is just above, like, equal, maintaining average. Okay, so I think in the future, and even if we talk about the southern states, it will be like 10 years back, it has actually reached this 2.2 ratio. So every female is producing like 2.2 like offspring. So that is the thing in the southern India. But if we talk about the northern states like UP and Bihar, they have much more higher growth rate. So because of that thing, India has what we are able to see is that the problem is because of the certain. I'm not blaming them, because of that poor, low educational percentage. The percentage that growth rate is high. So that is the problem which we can address with the like economical prosperity. And the second thing which we will able to address with the proper education. And third way is like telling the people what are the benefits of having less kids in their family. And that is the 3 points. And other than that, about the resources, I want to bring in the first point which I already talked about the Vision 2050. Like in the Vision 2050, I've talked about the economy, which is like self-sustaining economy. There is a term which I forgot, I remember right now, that's called circular economy. Like whatever we are consuming everything in a linear manner. So what we are consuming it and using it and dumping it. Okay, we are not reusing it somehow. So if the country like India, where we need resources in the future because of huge population, as we know that we need this kind of economy called circular economy. So if we are able to like somehow by 2050, if we introduce the circular economy in India, it will be like because the future belongs to circular economy, because in future there will be lack of resources everywhere in the world. It's not only India, it's everywhere, every part of the globe. So we have to come to the circular economy. We have to give back to the mother nature. So that is the thing which it will be the future. If India shift as soon as possible to circular economy, India will fulfill their dream to be a superpower by 2060. And the third part about the GDP, obviously there is a like survey by McKinsey. I don't remember the report, but I remember the statistics. That is, if by 2050 the amount saved by the circular economy will be 7.8 trillion euro. So that is a huge amount saved using the circular economy. So if majority of portion, if India able to being a big country, India able to control like 30 to 40% of that part, it will contribute a lot to our economy and to our GDP.
Certainly. May I move on to the next question with all of your permission?
Yes, please.
Okay, now my question goes to Mr. Arun Kumar Doraiswamy, sir. This question is basically about the infrastructure and the transportation problems which India is currently facing. So whether the cities would be lesser chaotic with a better public transport mechanism and no traffic congestion by 2050.
Yes, ma'am, it's definitely going to happen because we are ramping up on our network of highways and waterways and things like that. And second, when I was actually speaking about another subject, I was telling about smaller companies, smaller corporates, instead of having large infrastructure and large companies. So this smaller companies are going to be mostly concentrated in the rural as well as in the urban areas, and it is going to be a very small area that the people might have to travel, instead of like traveling for 50 kilometers every day up and down for work. So it is actually going to reduce when you have smaller companies. So that's actually going to make changes to the dynamics of how the road is being used today. And second, the transportation means that are going to change. For example, when we have double-decker goods trains that are being run around in the country, and waterways which are going to be used for transportation. So the need for using transportation inside the city is going to reduce a lot. So, for example, the transportation changes, you have metro in most of the cities, and there are plans for putting in metro in even smaller cities, second and third tier cities around the country. We'll see a lot of changes in usage of personal vehicles for transportation. And even if we are using the highways are going to be big, and everybody can actually commute as they want. And the commute is going to reduce for work. For example, the everyday commute is going to reduce, and the leisurely commute is going to increase. That is how the economy grows. So it's going to be very different when you see in the next 5 or 10 years itself. So I'm not speaking about 2050. So it is going to have a very big impact in the next few years. And thanks to COVID, I would say, there is a lot of changes in the practice of commute for work. So most of the people unnecessarily traveling to office. So I would say unnecessarily traveling to offices means you're allowed to go to office, but you have to go only when you need to actually have a group discussion, which could be periodical. And this is going to transform not only for the digital workers, or say the IT workers, but it is also going to be for knowledge workers in the other industries. So not everybody needs to go to office every day. And when it becomes smaller companies, which are like not centric to a large organization, it is going to transform a lot, and it's going to be more efficient,
Right.
because it will be driven based on the concepts of that particular company, and so you don't travel too much, so you reduce on what you do and produce more. So naturally, the way by which we use the roads are going to change completely.
Right.
So it is like
Arun
using the big phone to the small phone today.
Arun sir, if I want to add one more dimension to your answer, if you don't mind it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Please go ahead.
Actually, ma'am, recently I studied about one case study called Jaipur Metro. So it's called failure of a metro system, first time in India. So the problem is that Jaipur Metro tries to replicate what's happened in Delhi Metro. Delhi Metro, as everyone knows, the Delhi Metro is a huge it. So so my point is that what I read there, the key point there is that so they try to replicate it without the customizing the system what is happening in Jaipur. So if we just try to copy everything like a transport system, like public transport system, especially in the cities, so replicate from one city to another city, because India is a diverse country. So we cannot replicate what is happening in Delhi, it will happen to Jaipur also. So what problems happens there? Because getting into like a metro system and then getting it down, it takes a lot of time. Instead of that, people choose that they will go by bike or like other systems. Okay, well, instead of that, Delhi is a big city where going from one place to another place requires time, and there is a lot of traffic congestion. So because of that reason, that the time saved in Delhi in Delhi metro is significant in comparison to when the people go by bike or by their own car. But in the case of Jaipur, the condition is completely different. So when anybody chooses like bike or its own car, the time from going from one place to another place is much more lesser in comparison to metro. So if we don't take the price, because people don't take like tariff from going from one place to another place into consideration, because it's very it's not considerable for them. So we have to take this thing under consideration. If you want to replicate the public transport in different parts of India, we have to customize according to their demands. So other than that, ma'am, infrastructures in India currently, if we compare, there is a survey which happened in 2010. So it already told us about our scenario, what's happening in India. If we consider the infrastructure, so in infrastructure, so India is even behind Thailand. So Thailand has better infrastructure in the city, roadways, railways, and other modes of transport in comparison to India. So I don't know. Now India is now focusing on infrastructure. Now they are building every day. They are building 32 kilometers of highways and expressway to build their infrastructure. Along with that, now they are like building trains, much more line. Which if I talk about train, much more tracks which is dedicated to goods only, and there are other tracks which are only dedicated to passengers. India should have done this long back, because taking India's population under consideration. But now they are focusing over it. I think by 2050, India will keep on focusing on the infrastructure development, and I'm seeing a better future if the infrastructure is concerned.
Right, sir. Sir.
Yeah. Just from what I've read, India is by 2050, if we were to sustain, if we were to grow at 3.9% per annum GDP growth rate, then we would become world's second largest economy. With as of now, we are $3 trillion economy. We could be in the purchasing power parity terms by 2050. We would be about a $44 trillion economy. But the most important factor here is that the population should not cross 1.7 billion. So we are as of now 138 crores. If we were to sustain and just add about in the next 30 years about 32 crore of population, then we are poised to actually surpass Germany in 2030, and by 2050 become the world's second largest economy, with China being at number 1 position and US at number 3.
Mm-hmm.
Interestingly.
Very.
Yeah. So my next question to Dr. Sandeep Sahasrabudhe, sir. May I, sir?
Yes, ma'am, please.
What do you think? What would be the major challenges to India by the year end 2050?
I think the number one challenge is creating jobs, because we have such a large, so many students passing out of India from various institutes. So we actually have to focus more on vocational training also. So that's where we, thanks to apps like Urban Clap, for example, and many more of the similar kind of, so such vocational people, like there was in traditionally in a country like India, we always had shortage of plumbers, for example, shortage of many people related to such kind of tasks. But now, thanks to such apps, people are also getting jobs. So for us country to be really successful, most important thing is there should not be any beggars in the country. Like Mr. Sumit Kumar, he mentioned about Thailand. We as a I have another venture where we sell properties in Thailand, and we have been traveling to Thailand and selling properties way back since 2014. So in my knowledge, I have not seen beggars in that country. So for that, it is important that whatever job it might be, you people are actually employed and earning something out of their job, so they can sustain themselves. So when that were to happen, that would be a transformation in our country.
Certainly. My next question goes to Manoj sir. Considering our three different sectors: primary sector dedicated to agriculture and allied activities, secondary sector of economic dedicated to manufacturing division, and tertiary sector dedicated to service sector, what do you think by end of 2050, which is going to be the driving sector for India's highest going on the second rank in terms of its national income?
Service for sure, as far as I'm
For
concerned.
sure.
For sure, it's going to be service. Agriculture, see, we basically are an agriculture-based economy, so it will continue to have that focus. It will continue to have that love, first of all, in the whole economy process. Manufacturing will remain at a level wherein it will, feel the need at any given point in time. Like it will definitely grow. Like from where we are today in 2022, we will be a little different in 2032. The manufacturing will also grow, but not at the same pace as what service would grow.
Okay.
Yeah.
The next question to Arun Kumar sir. Can a problem of corruption, poverty, and illiteracy be removed from the country by 2050?
I would not say it will get removed, but it is definitely going to pause to reduce because of digital money and digitization. So everything will get tracked. So automatically it has to reduce. And it is also our responsibility that we all use digital money instead of using cash. And it's definitely going to get removed, of course, with that. And with the last thanks to COVID again, I would say there is a lot of digital money. So, for example, I'm able to use less of cash when I'm traveling and when I'm paying my employees, including the carpenter, the painter, and people who come in. And for example, the apps like Urban Clap and things like that, which actually do the aggregation and bring in digitization. So the cash transfers happen digitally, and it is not with cash. And which deprives the people of taking out cash and giving it to the people in terms of bribes. So it is definitely going to change a lot in the coming years. We need not have to go till 2050. So probably in another 5 years, we might see a very big change of reduction in bribes and.
Now, in terms of digital money, I can aptly say that it's fine if we forget our wallet at home. But it's absolutely not okay if we forget our mobile phones at home and wander here and there. It's absolutely not okay. My next question to Sumit Kumar sir. What would be the scenario of brain drain of India by 2050?
I think with the development of India, I think there will be decrement in the brain drain, because the brain drain is happening because of two or three basic reasons. It's because of the lifestyle they have there in Western countries. Second reason is like higher salary, and third reason is better educational opportunities. So all these three are the basic reasons behind it. So I think by the 2050 there will be much better institute which will give better research opportunity to the students. And second one is they because with growing of economy, all the multinational companies, major multinational companies are willing to give the better packages to the student with passing out from the India. So because and the lifestyle with the obviously when the all the infrastructures will be there in India, that will definitely give a better lifestyle to the people of India, that people who are willing to go to the other country for all because of all these reasons. But I will not say that because it's completely abolished, it will be like zero, but it will be there, but it will be not as large as current scenario is concerned. But I will also tell you one more thing. There we will be always also seeing an interesting thing. That thing will be like we may also think that people from the Western country who are currently in Western country and they are at the top position, they will definitely come back to India because they are also saying India is going at the fast pace, as Sandeep sir has told, and as India started doing, they will also see their future, like when they actually get retired from whatever the organization they are working. They want to start their own startup or their own businesses. So as they want to, so they will definitely they don't want to open their business in a much more mature like market like US or Western country. Definitely India will be their major target, which is a much more growing economy at that point of time. So we may see this interesting phenomena also in future, in coming 10 to 20 years.
Just to add,
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, sir.
yeah, just to add to what Ms. Sumit said, there is something interesting. We have something known as human flight and brain drain index. So here in India we have, so human flight and brain drain index. So India average from 2007 to 2021 is about 6. So given a choice, a student would like to shift abroad for work because of numerous reasons which Mr. Sumit mentioned. So that is what is happening, and we have almost like every year about 8 to 10 lakh students going abroad. They want to settle abroad. So that is, as he correctly mentioned, because in terms of opportunities in India, if they are going to get a better lifestyle there, then they are shifting there. So the government is putting in a lot of efforts for this not to happen. And because as such, I am personally of the belief that if you are intelligent enough and hardworking in your own country, the kind of quality life that you can lead is much better. The biggest advantage here you have is the kind of staff you are going to have. So if you are earning a certain level of income in this country, you can have many people working for you and you can lead a much better lifestyle in terms of the servants which you can have for yourselves, starting from a driver to a housemaid to everyone.
True, sir. That's what many of my friends are in like US and European countries. They were telling the same thing. They were enjoying like a salary like 1.2 crores and 1.5 crores, but they don't have lifestyle. Even some of my friends are in India and they are getting only 40 lakhs. So their lifestyle is much better in comparison to what the people who are getting 1.2 or 1.5 crores.
Yeah.
So you are very right, sir.
Yes, that's there. Like, when I see these news, like today there was some news about a lady getting 1.2 crores of salary after some 25 interviews in the US. That 1.2 crores in the US really doesn't make any sense. The purchasing power of that 1.24 in India is much more compared to the purchasing power in the US.
True,
so I can completely relate with what Sumit sir and Dr. Sandeep sir is mentioning over here.
Right.
Yeah.
And I really appreciate Manoj sir. For what reason is for any new information he's just not noting it down in his notepad, I suppose. When Sandeep Sahasrabudhe sir is human flight and brain drain index, write something, taking note of the same.
It's a learning. This
it's a learning, and
this is digital learning.
I really appreciate that you are learning from after panel discussion and noting them down. Special attention I would like to give on this particular point. And I would really like to say our participants, those are students as well, to take some of such kind of ideas, and we can actually be like these eminent personalities in near future, that the way at this position, at this particular age also, with having so much of years of experience, if something new is added to his knowledge, he's writing it down in his notepad and working on the same. So kindly have such kind of habits, students. It is going to be really beneficial for you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Manoj. So
what
your
I-
one action taught lot many things to our students.
See, all are learned people here, and this is learning for me, and I'm going to be chasing them after this call to give me more information, or I would love to go and meet with them. Very, very interesting topics are coming up. Like, though I have spent a lot of time in the human resources function, this human flight and brain drain index was new for me.
Right.
Interesting. And thanks, Dr. Sandeep sir, for bringing this thing up, and I'll be looking at it. Yeah.
I would like to add upon to this, and also would like to inform this team that I've actually worked in a couple of large multinational companies, and even in the past, I've seen that there is reverse brain drain as well happening. A lot of expats from France and US would want to work in India so that they can grow faster. They can learn a lot. They can understand how to actually use people resource in a different way. So I would say that India is a good market even for people who are brainy from the other countries to come in and then understand how to work so that they can implement something back there in their country.
Correct.
And whatever we've discussed right now is actually something which is poised to happen by 2050. And we could see reverse brain drain happening than brain drain happening. Brain drain will always be there. It's a world global economy, right? So you will always see people going from here and then coming from the other side. But we'll see more of reverse brain drain happening in the future.
Great.
Because when our economy is the second largest, you'll definitely see that the reverse brain drain to be more higher than the brain drain. So the net will be.
There is one question Pooja has asked. I think what weight age of money plays a role. So could she elaborate on what she exactly wants to specify? What's her question exactly?
I request Pooja Vaidya to elaborate the question, or just simplify the question in the best possible manner. We have got 4 more minutes to discuss upon, and then I regret I would really end up with the panel discussion, though we are going ahead with such beautiful session. And I'm eagerly waiting for the next session as well, as Professor Akshay Akutsan has already joined the meeting for his next keynote speaker speech.
So, ma'am, kindly unmute her.
Okay.
Good afternoon, sir. So this is Pooja here. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, Pooja.
Where this whole scenario where we're talking about STEM and everything, and the scenario of GDP and everything, the overall funda of developing India and coming to the digital transformation, what weightage? Because where there is a talk saying that salary hike should be there, because salary is the second most important thing, where it is motivating the employee people, the surrounding areas to upgrade. But how would be the scenario of the concept of money, and maybe be it Bitcoin, be it be the digital money or whatever we are using, what would be the coming scenario? Will it be changing, or will it be back to corruption, or will it remove all the stuff, because money is the main important thing to get demotivated and motivated? And how will it lead to corruption, or will it remove all the barriers and move ahead and think digitally or think openly?
I would like. May I answer, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Certainly.
Yes, sir.
My own perception is that as the years go by, the role of digital money will be more and more important, and the economy will be less dependent on cash. So cash will slowly decline. If you look at the United States, for example, the percentage of people using cash is significantly less compared to India. So, and more and more, like RBI's own currency is also coming. So we will have more of a cashless economy rather than a cash economy in the days to going ahead. And even if you look at the kind of robust taxation structure that the present government has built, it is not that easy to escape GST now. So be it GST, be it direct taxes or indirect taxes, you are going to be, all of us are going to be chased by the taxation to the direct and indirect taxes. The tax authorities are going to chase us. So going ahead, we will have no option but to go towards more and more of a cashless economy. And that would be good for the growth of the economy, because as of now, India is one of the countries in the world where we have the lowest taxpayers. So if you look at the percentage of population paying income tax, it is supposed to be some 3%, which is ridiculously low if you look at percentage of income taxpayers in the country. So we somehow, even if this percentage were to go up by a couple of percentage, you can imagine how much how much impact it will have on the GDP.
Correct. Very true. Very, very true.
Absolutely right. With this, I really enjoyed the session. I really learned out of this panel discussion seriously. And this is time now we have to move ahead with the next agenda for the conference. But before going ahead, my sincere and heartfelt, thanks to all the panelists for giving their valuable time and motivating all of us to think upon this India's Vision 2050. So we need to inculcate a lot many things into ourselves to get up for India's 2050 vision. And certainly this discussion was very helpful. And I really thank you all the panelists once again. And you can still be here for Mr. Seth Akutsan, who will be then speaking upon his own topic for the international conference. So I thank everyone here on the panel discussion. So here I declare that we are end up with the panel discussion and moving ahead with the keynote speaker speech in just 1 minute of time. Before that, let me introduce Professor Seth Akutsan, sir. So here we welcome our next keynote speaker for day 2. So I would like to welcome Professor Seth Akutsan, University Professor and Harvard-trained entrepreneurship andragogy, Nile University, Nigeria. So I would like to read his biography. Professor Seth Akutsan has built and expanded Obamefi Ovolowo University, Nigeria, consultancy center to secure businesses to support the university. He had set up and expanded the research and training development of the Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers, Lagos, Nigeria, with the mandatory professional development program in conjunction with Security and Exchange Commission. He served as a World Bank consultant to Honorable Minister of Power on Economic Analysis and Services. He has worked with German government for developing policy for trade governance and ease of doing business head, and direct the entrepreneurship centers in the university to access funding from US Embassy, secured funding from US Embassy to develop the first entrepreneurship digital manual for universities in Nigeria and other donor agencies and partners. He had served as mentor, business monitor, and resource person for the Government of Nigeria Enterprise and innovation promoter for Kaduna Government Energy and Entrepreneurship Academy, helping universities build and expand their entrepreneurship centers to secure funding and access grants. He also worked with British Council Nigeria on the Way Out Mafita, competitiveness strategy, cooperatives development, and trade associations. Our keynote speaker and resource person has got renowned onto several institutions, universities, and organizations on entrepreneurship development. I welcome Professor Seth Akutsan, sir, and I hand over the charge to him for his next keynote speech. Over to you, Seth Akutsan, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, sir.
You can.
You are perfectly audible.
Do I have permission to share my screen?
Yes, sir. Wait a
Okay.
minute. Before we go ahead with your speech, sir, may I request all the faculties and the presenters here to switch on your video for a beautiful photograph? Professor
Okay.
Said Akutsan? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Sumit Kumar, are you there? Yes, sir. Perfect. Can I request a technical team to please have a photograph? Sudhakar, sir?
Yes.
Are we done, sir?
Yes, done.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now the forum is open to you, Seth Akutsan, sir. To proceed, I have already allowed you to share screen.
Okay. Thank you very much. I want to say that I'm very grateful to be a part of this work. And I've been following since yesterday, since early morning. Yesterday, they started with me, and I was very impressed with what I saw. And I want to say that you are doing a great job. I'm also, today again, I was part of the discussion where the ambitious plan of India was unveiled to be the second largest economy by 2050, which is great to achieve that. We in Africa, we have been following India closely because of the waves they are making, particularly in Fortune 500 companies across the world. And we are very challenged. For instance, if you look at the statistic, which I'm not going to dwell much on because I've been a trainer for the past 30 years is what I've been doing, training people, developing people, digital work, and the rest of them. And so if you look at the statistic in terms of competitiveness, Indian is just 55%, America is 100%, China is 84%, and then UK is 85%. And then you have in Asia, you have Singapore, you have Malaysia, you have the rest of them in terms of digital competitiveness. In Africa, Nigeria, where I belong, is nowhere to be found because in the ranking, we could not even meet up among the ranking. The best we have in Africa is South Africa, which is 43% in terms of digital competitiveness. And then we have also Botswana, which is 33% in terms of digital competitiveness. And so what we are here is just for us to see that, look, we want to develop the digital savviness in whatever we do. And so you can see that India is doing very, very well, and the ambitious plan to be among the top 2 economies in the world is going to be very, very great. To us in Nigeria, our target is to be among the top 20. We are still not there yet, but we are still working. We are just barely less than 30% in terms of digital penetration and competitiveness. So you can see that India is doing very well. And it is my pleasure to be part of this conference. I've been following since yesterday. I want to apologize because I'm looking a little bit different. I'm not wearing a suit. I'm wearing a kind of Nigerian attire. I hope you pardon me. And so I'll be dwelling most on the challenges, particularly in Nigeria, the motivation for digital savviness. Some of the things I'm doing across the local governments, across the state, most of our universities are not digitally compliant. Nile University, unfortunately, is not a Nigerian university per se. It's owned by Turkish. So it's a European university, 100% owned by Turkish. Is highly digital, can compete with any university in Europe. So they came and established it in Nigeria. I'm privileged to be pioneer, to be one of the head of department, and also be working in trying to build a relationship and partnership, which is one of the things I've been working on for some years. As has been announced, I was one of the privileged few to have secured a grant from the United States Embassy to develop digital framework for Nigerian university. We brought them together, we trained them, make them to be digital savvy, to see how to network and also have an online presence. And so this is what we do. So this is the take there, and I can just begin. Let me know whether you can see my screen, please.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so I start, first of all, one of the questions we normally ask ourselves over there is, how long has it been since you learned a new skill? In the digital world, everything is about skill. And I put here that whatever got you to where you are today,
Dr. Akutsan, we are not able to hear you, and you are.
Oh, what happened? Sorry.
And even if you are not able to see your presentation right now, you need to share the screen again.
Okay, let me reshare it. Wow. Okay. Is it there now, please? Sorry for the breakdown. Is it there, please? Hello?
No, it's not. It's not yet visible. Yeah, now right away it is visible. Yeah, please, sir. You can go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. And so, if you look at what we're saying is that we need to learn new skills to be able to develop ourselves. And if we don't, can you see the screen, please? Wow. The network is. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir. I can see your screen, but it's not yet. It's blank right now. Maybe loading.
No, it has loaded. What is happening now? Okay. Wow. Okay, let me reload it. Okay.
It's visible now, sir. It's visible now.
Okay, it's just merely season. Now, if you look at where we are now, what we normally talk about digital transformation is that people must see it. Because most of the time it looks intangible, but they should be able to see it. They should sense it. They should size it, what we call the 4S. And then they should seize the moment. And we normally have resistance, particularly in a university in Nigeria, resistant to digital implementation. We have some of the lecturers that are not digitally savvy. And so there's resistance because you have to change the formation. In our university, what we do is that our result and every work is almost perfect digital. Processing of results, student activities and everything, this is what we do. So if you don't seize it, you don't sense it, you don't size it, you don't seize it, you will not be able to be there. And so what I'm going to do, I'm going to use the principle of 6W1H to share the digital transformation. The first one is to look at the what, the why, the who, the which, the where, the when, and the how. There are 7 of them in this digital framework that I've been working on for some time. The first thing is to look at the what. As you can see there, to see what is the what of digital transformation, to be able to work on it and handle it. What is digital transformation? The first phase is for us to move from the archaic to analog. In the past, phase 1 was that we're working archaic, manual, not even analog at all. Phase 2 is the analog to digital switchover. From that analog, for instance, some of our television stations in Nigeria have to develop this digital switchover. The third phase is the digital mode. That is, we start pressing buttons to achieve results. Then the Industrial Revolution 4.0 brought about disruption and brought about chaos. So you have a chaotic situation and all that in where we are today. Then why are we talking about digital transformation? When we lose our why, we lose our way. And so you can see that we need to define and get our way right. And so the digital transformation, we see the reason is that we have noticed that there is high growth potentialities when we find ourselves in the digital framework. Lives value improve, and there is employability and more employment. Employability means we have our students graduating from the university, a number of them not employable. So the question is getting them employable before they even get the employment itself. Then there is potential leakages with the rest of the world. And also there is responding to policy reform action. There is significant entrepreneurial impact, which is one of my take. And there's business and life development, business expression and market presence, capacity building and skill acquisition, jobs development and brokerages. Brokerages in Nigeria, what we do is that we have organizations that actually share, provide jobs opportunity for graduate. For instance, they stand in between the employer and the employee. So we have that. Now, the future work and the work of the future is defined by digital technology. It is estimated that by 2025 to 2030, a lot of jobs would have been taken over by technology. Let me share this. During the course of discussion, one of the speakers mentioned that we, of course, very soon will be using cashless society. In Nigeria, we're still far away from there because electricity is a major challenge in Nigeria. And so since most of the digital exchange of money is by phone, so in Nigeria, we still have a long way to go because we have more than 60% less people with digital savvy in the villages, in the rural areas. So the cashless society envisaged in Nigeria may take some time because until we address the issue of electricity, until we address the issue of infrastructure, even the telecom infrastructure is still not where it's supposed to be. We're in 4G now, about to kickstart the 5G this year. But as it is, we are not yet Uhuru because even the 4G is not giving us what we want. We're still struggling to perfect it. And so the 5G, we have already been licensed. 2 companies, Airtel and MTN Nigeria, they have already picked up the license. So we are moving in terms of digital savviness. The first thing we have been in mechanized agricultural revolution, which is the first revolution, electronic and mass production. Second revolution, internet and jet age is the third revolution. Now we're in the digital revolution, the internet of things, the 5G, the cloud solutions, and the rest of them is where we are now. Now, robotics, AI, machine learning, and the rest of them will take over. Robotics will take over paperwork, clearing, investment analysis that we have been struggling to do, analogically. And then we have the artificial intelligence, which has been mentioned in some of the presentations I listened to yesterday. Very, very brilliant. There's machine learning and data science. The data science and predictive analysis is what we need to show. What are the issues? With robotics and artificial intelligence, system automation for humans will be an unprecedented rate. The World Economic Forum of recent estimate that between now and 2030, about 30% of jobs that exist today will be lost to automation. Result is that a digital environment where digital soft skill will be more valuable is very important. For continuous development, it is necessary we commit to a lifelong learning. I mentioned that in the beginning. Who are the people that be involved in the digital era? Number one is those that have the technical know-how. I want to commend India because they've been investing a lot in technology. And so I don't think the digital age will catch them unaware. We're also trying to be like them. Some of us are going for training in India, in top institutions to learn the digital skill. And then we need to have trained professionals that will know how to apply it it is one thing to know it, but the application is very important. And then we need to develop digital competencies. In Nigeria, we have very, very low digital competence. And a number of people, I can tell you, even in the academia, particularly the old brigade, can hardly operate, computer, talk less of being digital savvy to understand how to do this thing. Then there's need for business acumen, and which, of course, a number of our telecoms in Nigeria are actually headed by Indians. And they've demonstrated this business acumen to which we are learning, we are developing. So I want to commend India for that. Now, we have this, not underperformance. We are talking about the who. We must know the level of competency where we are. One of the most difficult things to do is to bring somebody from mediocrity to incompetence. When somebody is a mediocre, the most difficult thing as a teacher or as anybody to bring a mediocre, somebody who has not been tested, and not been tried, a raw material to bring it to the level of being tested and not delivering. And then we have those unconsciously incompetent, they don't know that they don't know. And then we have the consciously competent, they know that they don't know. We can help those one. And then we have the third one, the unconsciously competent. They don't know that they know. So when you have this kind of people, you can help them a lot. Then we have the consciously competent, those who know that they know. That's the digital point we want to reach, particularly as we have been training people to develop them in Nigeria. And since this is more or less a research conference, an academic conference, we have to develop people to be consciously competent, to know that they know. And then which of the digital transformation? Now, we have different types of digital transformation. Number one, we have the industrial transformation. Most of the time in the transformation agenda, you have to deal with the industry that are going to operate this digital thing, and we have to provide the enabling environment. We have the agricultural transformation, business transformation, organizational transformation, cultural transformation, personal transformation, economic transformation, work and life, urban, rural transformation. So these are some of the areas that transformation takes place. But the digital one is a cross-cutting. It deals with all these areas put together. And when you see that, you find out that we'll be able to address some of it. Now, of course, you can see that digital, necessarily banks are threatened by Bitcoin. Taxis are worried by Uber. For instance, there was a fracas in our airport where the Uber businesses were barred from coming to the airport. It took some time before the matter is settled. Hotels don't like Airbnb, stores don't like Amazon, theaters don't like Netflix, and then websites don't like ClickFunnels. Innovation is what is taking place all over now. And so, of course, there are threats, there are challenges. So we have to compete in a situation whereby in Nigeria here, you have people, most of the taxis are done by Bolt, by Uber, and the rest of them. So, and they don't own the car, they don't own the fuel, they don't own anything, but you can see that they're getting, this is what digital technology has done. Where can we start the digital technology? The environment has to be right. We have the person, the political, economic, social, and technological, and legal environment. And these are the basic factors. We also have demographic, cultural. In Nigeria, culture is very, very strong when it comes to dealing with digital issues. And then we have globalization. We have the micro and the macro environment. That is the big picture and the rest of them. So the continuous scanning of the whole range of external environmental influences is critical for sustaining growth. Let us be mindful of the ESG. The ESG talks about the environment, the social and the governance, the society and the governance. Not just management, because of course, governance will encapsulate both leadership and management together. Of course, inhuman material like human beings, the inanimate material can be managed, but human beings will want to be led. And once you are leading the human beings as well as managing inanimate resources, you are more or less governing. So the digital transformation is very key if we address the ESG. Now let's return. I got this from McKinsey and Company. It is estimated that by 2030, the digital revenue generated from revenue will be about 80 trillion. So there's need for rethink and for fresh takes on big issues. How do companies create value from digital ecosystem? And so if we build a digital ecosystem, for instance, if you look at companies like Google, companies like Apple and the rest of them, is that ecosystem that they built, and then you see that they are more or less a backward and forward integration company. And so they have this circular economy to which the revenue is flowing from both left, right, and center. So to achieve that, the market by 2030 is 80 trillion. And we ask how much we go to India and how much will come to Nigeria from this 80 trillion by 2030. So these are some of the challenges that we have to look at. If we build the ecosystem, we should be able to address this. Now, when do we start the digital transformation? Of course, they say you do it now, or else there'll be a law against it tomorrow. We are already lagging behind. As I earlier said, US has 100% competitiveness. The whole thing is about competition. Are we competing right? And then we can move to cooperative competition. That is, we cooperate and compete at the same time. So there are laws and regulation. The trends involve laws and regulation that deals with digital issues. There are high expectations. Digital technology and the internet of things, globalization, let us make sense of changing. Of recent, the airport authorities have been complaining that the 5G technology is interfering with their mass. And so you can see that, so regulation is coming up so that those things will be handled appropriately. Now, how do we deal with digital technology? We have the Sustainable Development Goals, of course, 17 of them. If you look at the 17 goals deal with partnership and sustainability. What we need to do, there's need for group thinking, ideas, and result. And after that, we need to have partnership for sustainable digital transformation. I said that goal number 17, deal with partnership. We need to cooperate with each other. We need to partner. We need to work with each other. We need to partner to make digital transformation sustainable. There's need for partnership. And then what is the partnership we're talking about? There's what we call the triple helix. The triple helix is what I've been working up in Nigeria, working with the government, the businesses, the university. And so if there's this cooperation, you will see that where the university is handling the research angle, the businesses are handling the business side, and the government is providing the enabling environment. But apart from triple helix, there is also the quattro helix. The quattro helix deal with the fourth arm. I mean, the fourth arm, apart from the academia, the industry, the government, you have the civil society coming together, interacting. There's this constellation in terms of the fact that when we work together like this, you find out that we'll achieve more digital technology. In Nigeria, I don't know much of India, you find out that there is a disconnect between these four areas, between the civil society, they are always in loggerhead with each other, the academia, the industry. You'll find out that we conduct research in the university, but the industry are not aware, the industry are not funding it. So if we have the industry funding our research in the academia, we have the government providing the necessary environment, we have the civil society interrogating that, you'll find out that we'll achieve more as a people, as a nation than hitherto. And so this is what the quattro helix is trying to do. It's a framework that allows us to partner a lot. When we partner a lot, you find out that we achieve more in a digital framework than never. And as he said, if you want to go far, if you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go far, you go with other people. Now, I've talked about the what of the digital transformation, the why, the who, the which, the where, and the when. And then what next is to look at the measure of who you are is what you do with what you have. And so we have these skills that we develop because, for instance, in Nigeria and in India, we churn out graduates every year. What is their value? What is their capacity? And the misery index, particularly in Nigeria, is more than 50% because we have over 33% unemployment rate, and then we have about 16% inflation. So if you look at the misery index, it's very, very high. I don't have a picture of the misery index in India, but I know that it's not as alarming as that of Nigeria. So if we don't address that, using the digital platform, we'll be missing the point. And so what do? In the digital world, we have to break walls and we have to hit target. And that is what, this is the logo that we use most often in our work in Nigeria here, breaking walls and hitting target, because there are challenges and so on. What do? We start where we are, we use what we have, we do what we can. And this is what we normally inform the people in Nigeria to ensure that whatever we do, let us start, let us not wait until we're in America or we're in India or we're in Europe before we start. Let us use what we have. We have the resources. For instance, in Nigeria, we have a lot of resources. Of course, you know, the 5 economy framework, that is extraction, production, distribution, consumption, and recycling. So in Nigeria, the recycling business is far behind, but we have what it takes, the resources, the oil. This is a brief picture of me here. You can see me in black suit very far away there, where I normally bring youth together to upskill them in digital savviness. So we do that from local government. Local government is a municipal area in the state where I reside in Kaduna. So we have to be training them, we have to keep them, we have to provide them the necessary resources to be able to achieve their digital savviness. And then, of course, in the course of doing that, we have an elephant on the road. The elephant on the road is what blocks our digital activities to ensure that we don't achieve it. What is happening, as you can see, that vehicle, it wants to turn back. And so when we face challenges in trying to implement digital, we don't turn back, we try to look for a way. If you look at the sideway, the driver can turn through the side, but he decides to find a way to go back because of an elephant. Digital world can bring chaos. You can see that the challenges we're having is that what will happen if there is a breakdown of internet connectivity, as we experienced today when I was presenting. So there's chaos. What if the traffic light failed to come up? There'll be chaos. So the digital technology has its own challenges that when there is breakdown, we may not know what to do. So in Nigeria, we face that challenge because of electricity, because of failure of the technology, because, for instance, as I'm talking to you now, we cannot do our national identity card registration because the server has failed. So when this happens in the digital world, we face a lot of chaos. And then, of course, there are bombs out there. Regulatory authority do not enter, no thoroughfare, stop, bombs, and all that. We have that all along. There is, in the digital world, of course, you have this kind of chaotic way. One way, don't go here, and all that. We face it a lot in Nigeria, and we've been working hard to see how we can address that. Now, what do we do? The first thing is to have a burning desire. If we're burning desire, opportunity will come. Then when the opportunity comes, you can see the gap between opportunity and action is very wide. And one of the things they argue there is money, time, TNT is tomorrow, not today, too young and too old, and what we need is goals. So when there is goals, we take necessary action to achieve the desired technological breakthrough. Then one of the things I brought here that I normally test my students is your system personalities. It's not my own creation, systempersonality.com. If you go there, you answer those questions, you'll be able to see your personality, where you belong, what you can do. And then from that personality, you'll be able to see your own frame of mind. Is there on the web. You can Google it, you can reach out to it, and then you answer it at your own spare time. Just take some few minutes. And then when you do that, be able to see where you belong, your strengths, your weaknesses, your career path, your workplace habit. How do you think you can fit into the digital world? That we'll be able to get to. I look forward to creating some inspiring digital savviness together. Dare to be a digital transformer. And you can see it here. You enter just like a dog, you come out very well in the digital framework. So the fear of the digital framework can actually be abated. So, and I think I just want to give us that frame of mind, and then I stop here, and then we continue. I want to thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to share some thought with you in Nigeria. We in Nigeria, of course, we've just started the digital economy. We built a ministry that is called the digital economy, so that we begin to work it out with various institutions of learning. We have colleges of education, we have polytechnics, we have higher institutions of learning, apart from the university. So we are trying to build a digital framework to ensure that everywhere we have here, if we can be like India, for instance, where they export digital skills to the United States, to Europe. And as I told you, most of our telecommunication in Nigeria are being headed by Indians. And you can see that you have built that skill, that capacity. When I was in secondary school, all my teachers were Indians, almost all of them, they were teachers. So I was built by Indians. I'm more or less an Indian Nigerian in a way. And of course, I've been working with Indians here. The electrification, rural electrification, and street light technology, we're working together with Indians. So there are plenty of them here in Nigeria doing great work. And so I want to commend you. And I'm very proud to associate with you, to be with you. And I look forward to our working together in terms of research, particularly now University of Nigeria, to see how can we partner together to achieve the digital, framework that we want. I want to say thank you very much. Hope I've not exceeded my time. Thank you.
Your words of wisdom was fabulous, sir, and I really thank you for all your contribution, and the factors which you covered up in your presentation were literally eye-opening for everyone and very knowledgeable session. I really thank you from my bottom of my heart for your august presence here today. I now would really love to have more insightful sessions from you, sir, but due to paucity of time, we have to stop here as of today. So we hope to really invite you at IMERT for further lectures on these particular topics. And so far, your entrepreneurship development sessions will be very useful for our management students.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you
we
very much.
We hope to have long-term association with you, Dr. Rakut.
Yes, no, definitely, sure, definitely, sure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Grateful. Yeah.
Okay, now we are supposed to break for lunch, and we will be back with the technical session at 1:15 p.m. So quickly go and have your lunch and then be back for your presentations. I wish the participants all the very best for the presentations. Let's have a break for lunch. Thank you. There are some comments very well presented, Professor. We are receiving some comments for Akutsan, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm very grateful. Thank you. Best wishes. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. Bye.
We'll be starting in 2 minutes.
So once we done that,
Yes, a warm good afternoon to everyone. We are now beginning with our post-lunch session with the technical session. I request all the participants of technical session 3 to stay here. Also, I request the participants of technical session 3A to join breakout room 1. I repeat, participants of technical session 3A to join breakout room 1, and participants of technical session 3B should join breakout room 2. Okay. I hereby welcome all the presenters and participants of technical session 3. The chair for this technical session is Dr. Rupendra Gaikwad, Associate Professor at IMERT. A general instruction for all the participants and presenters. Please keep your videos on during your presentation because these sessions are recorded intermittently. So just a point to be noted. I'll quickly name the participants for this session. The first one is Shubhangi Bedi. Yes, I can see her over here. Dr. T.K. Srinath, sorry. Dr. T.K. Srinath, do we have you? Okay. Dr. Sunil Ujagre. Dr. Rachna Shikhre. Then we have Professor Pooja Vaidya. Yes, Dr. Rachna, I can see. Yes. Okay. Then we have Kishore Dalve. Mrs. Rajeshwari Sali. Dr. Bebitai Sajne. Okay, then we have Dr. Manisha Shinde. Then we have Praful Sarandhar. Then we have Shirsananda Panda. Then Premvati Patil. And finally, BV Pushpa. Okay, so I think we have the first participant, Shubhangi Bedi, over here. Okay, now I invite our first participant, Shubhangi Bedi, to present her paper on a systematic review on green finance, sustaining our Mother Earth. Ma'am, over to you.
I have allowed participants to unmute themselves.
Okay.
Yes, Shubhangi ma'am, I believe you can speak now.
Yes, sir. Sir, can you let me know that my presentation is visible?
Yes, it is, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so very warm good afternoon to one and all present here. I'm Shubhangi Vedi, research scholar for Punjab University. I'm here to talk on the topic, a systematic review on green finance sustaining our Mother Earth. So agenda of the presentation would be introduction, need of the study, then objectives of the study, research methodology, result in discussion, conclusion, and most important implication of the study. So the need for protecting our environment and preserving our natural resources is getting more attention among all the stakeholders because increase in problems like ozone layer depletion, global warming, increase in pollution level, etc. So green balance intends to create a balance between the nature and the economics. As we all know that sustainability refers to the protection of environment for future generation. Sustainable development is not a new concept, but it has its roots from the ancient period. It was said that the society to recognize the first environment protection was from Vedic society, as mentioned in Earth Veda, Mata Bhumi Pratham Prithvi, that is, Earth is my mother and I am her son. Thus, finance act as a key lever to sustainability. The role of business is to earn maximum profit, which can act as a sustainability tool like green investment and microfinance. So according to Herms and Lenskin, microfinance is a tool that can be used to reduce poverty by providing financial service and products to low-income households. It refers to channelizing funds in the form of credit, loans to poor people who earlier excluded from traditional banking. Green investment refers to socially responsible investment in projects which lead to low carbon emission and greenhouse gases, as well as focus on preserving natural resources. So what is green finance? Basically, green finance is a term which is blossoming these days. According to a survey globally, green bond market would be $2.3 trillion by 2023. It is regarded as a way of meeting the needs of the environmentalism and capitalism simultaneously. Green finance is any structural financial activity, a product, or it may be a service that has been created to ensure a better environmental outcome. It includes an array of loans, debt mechanism, and investments that are used to encourage the development of green projects or minimize the impact on the climate of more regular projects. Some of the examples of green finance products and services can be green loans, green credit cards, green mortgages, green bonds, green buildings, and so on. So what is the need of this study? Basically, green finance has an impact in almost all the sectors of the economy, maybe it be primary, secondary, or tertiary sectors. But in addition, only a mixed literature is available on how green finance impact the environment and the factors influencing the role of green finance towards sustainable economy. So to address this gap, the study presents a systematic literature review of studies on green finance. The objectives of the study would be to examine the research methodologies and previous studies on green finance, to assess the impact of green finance on environment and factors influencing it, to highlight the research gaps and future directions of green finance. Research methodology, from Scopus, only 192 articles were accessed from 1997 to 2012 for the following keywords such as green finance, green financing, sustainability, climate change, carbon emission, greenhouse effect, and green funds. After the final screening, only 31 articles were reviewed. So results and discussion, role of green finance on sustainability. Sustainability can be achieved with reduction in carbon emission by increasing the use of environmental financing, according to RAIN in 2020. Green bonds act as a powerful tool for the achievement of sustainable development goals with reduction in greenhouse gases and carbon dioxide. Along with the improvement in ecological footprint, there would be more advancement in standard of living, cultural, and industrialization. Green financing would not only lead to environmental sustainability, but it also improves the financial performance of the organization. As we all know that sustainability not includes improvement in environment, but also economic sustainability. So green loans are being more promoted by banks because it will result in less default and reduction in non-performing assets. Green bonds also increase the internal rate of return for the shareholders. The factors affecting sustainability through green finance would be level of urbanization, consumption of coal. Research and development have an impact on increasing carbon emission per capita as well as neighboring provinces. Capitalistic system and the fiscal policies of government would contribute a major factor in increasing the climate formation activities for sustaining the environment. Next would be increasing in development in financial market as well as in neighboring countries results in increasing carbon emission. So ESG rating, which is an emerging topic that is environment, socially and governance ratings, can have a modification in the decision of the investors. So conclusion of this study was that green financing not only results in overall development of the economy socially, but as well as economically. With green financing projects, there is the development of an economy and also enhances the financial performance of the firm. Investors these days are now more attracted towards the firm that is taking care of the environment aspect along with the profitability and return of investments. The last implication of this study would be that the paper will help academicians to know more about green financing, and it would be more fruitful for the government to frame policies that promote sustainability. Another impact of this paper will be on the managers, on the way they make strategies for implementation of green financing for the enhancement of performance of the organization. Thank you.
Okay. Do any of the participants have any questions for the presenter? You may ask them directly. You can unmute yourself and ask any questions if you have, or else we may go to the session chair, Dr. Upendra Gaikwad.
Yes. Thank you, Vivek, sir. Shubhangi ma'am, first of
Yes,
all,
sir.
Congratulations for apt study, which is having very good, keeping very good. Hello, am I audible?
Hello. Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah. It is very well going with the theme of the conference also. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you, sir.
Can you please highlight on one thing, that what are the various technologies those can be used to make the green finance popular?
So mainly green building can be there so that it can enhance the natural resources and reduce the carbon emission. Then it can be green bonds. Then it can be green loans, which can be taken by mainly agriculture farmers, so that they can improve their natural resources and reduction in depletion of the natural resources.
When we talk about the farmers and the usage of this green technology or green finance by farmers,
Yes, sir.
how much are you sure about the reach of technology to the farmers? Does your study focus on that?
Sorry, sir?
Does your study focus on that?
No, sir, not basically on that topic, that it can be impactful on the agriculture sector only. My study in which I have reviewed the papers, it basically focuses on the banks, that it has increases the performance of the banks through green loans and green bonds in reducing the non-performing assets. Because this study has one limitation, that it was only reviewed with respect to most papers were on Chinese industries. Limited sector was from Asian. So agriculture was not included. Mainly, more focus was on banking industries.
Then what is your understanding? What is the scope of this technology in India?
So the scope can be only in banking only, that it can be enhanced through digitalization by increasing the green loans. So that the non-performing asset, which is basically a very big disadvantage for the banks, can be reduced.
Can we claim that?
So according to Chinese industries, they have claimed in the according to researchers, but it has yet to be proved in India.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Ma'am, can you stop sharing the screen? Yes, Dr. Gaikwad, can we proceed with the next participant?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Okay, so I believe there is somebody who's going to present on behalf of the next presenter, Dr. T.K. Srinath.
Yes, sir. I'm
Okay,
Sana Begum
fine.
here.
Okay, so the next Sana ma'am would be presenting on behalf of Dr. T.K. Srinath, and the title of the research is A Study on Discovering and Prioritizing Lean Six Sigma Barriers in Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises. Over to you, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Sir, I don't have option to share. Oh, got it, sir.
Ma'am, if you could also switch on your video because these sessions are recorded intermittently.
Yes, sir. Sir, hope I am visible.
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Ma'am, your presentation is also visible.
Thank you, sir. So, a very good afternoon to everyone. I'm Sana. I'm the research scholar in University of Mysore under the guidance of Dr. T.K. Srinath. So my topic for presentation is discovering and prioritizing Lean Six Sigma barriers in MSMEs, micro, small and medium enterprises. So I would like to give the introduction of Lean Six Sigma first. Here, Lean, if the companies adopts Lean, then they can focus on waste reduction by streamlining their process. And Six Sigma is help them out for focusing on preventing defects through problem solving. So Lean was actually developed first by a company Toyota in the early 1940s, and Six Sigma was developed by Motorola in 1980s. So now collaboratively, if these two strategies are used, if these two methods and tools and techniques of Lean and Six Sigma is being used in the companies, they can actually solve their problems and improve their processes by delivering the greater results. As the larger organizations have already adopted this Lean Six Sigma, but it could be a great help if even our
Sana, ma'am, sorry to
MSMEs.
interrupt.
Yes,
are
sir.
you changing your slides because we are still on the first slide?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Just a minute. Is it visible, sir? Changed slide?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. So I was speaking about Lean Six Sigma. So if these two methodologies and techniques is being adopted by the MSMEs, then it would be a great help for them for reducing the waste and solve their problem by improving their processes. So the statement of problem why I selected this topic is in our country, there are more than the results from the what I have observed from the review of literature from 2021. We have more than 63 millions of MSMEs, which stands for more than 6.3 crores if in count in INR. So if these companies adopt this strategies for reducing, it could help in sustainable development and development of our economy as well. So here, the objective of my study was to recognize what are the barriers that they face while implementing this Lean Six Sigma, that is LSS, and to facilitate the MSMEs to introduce this Lean Six Sigma techniques by prioritizing with the help of a model analytical hierarchy process. And this analytical hierarchy process, which will help for analyzing the complexity of the problem and to prioritize in the various alternatives which is available, they can prioritize among them and they can resolve it and implement the LSS in MSMEs. So based on the review of literature, I've conducted the secondary study. So I've collected the information on how many barriers. There are actually 5 barriers that the MSMEs face. Barrier 1 is management-based barriers, 2 organizational barriers, technological-based barriers is third one, and 4th is training and educational barriers, and the 5th barrier is they face the all other barriers which could be posing the challenges for implementing it. So management-based barriers is top management is actually lack of commitment and involvement. They don't participate and involve in while adopting this technology, lack of estimation of execution cost, and lack of lean or Six Sigma expertise, then unclear future plan and visions. They don't have effective roadmap for its implementation, and there will be poor project selection and prioritization. Then organizational barriers is their organizational goals, project aim as they are working at the small scale is misaligned, and their cultural change. Most of the people will not be they will resist for any change that the management wants to bring, and poor organizational capabilities, weak infrastructure will also one of the reason for organizational barriers. Technology based barriers, obviously they don't invest in technology much, as their investment will be high, and this requires the implementation of Lean Six Sigma requires the technological resources so that they can reduce the cost. So no doubt fixed cost will be the higher initially, but that can be considered as investment and they can reduce it on their working capital. Training and education. So approximately when if the Six Sigma has to be implemented, there are so many belts that is available in Six Sigma for be recognized and certified by ASQ as Six Sigma expertise. So white belt, yellow belt, green belt, and black belt, master black belt, all these are 5 belts in Six Sigma for getting expertise certification from ASQ. Or there are various other institutions like Chartered Quality Institute, even they will provide the certification, and that requires a huge investment, and those people only require for training, and they charge much. For one consultation itself, they charge $2,000 to $3,000 approximately in dollars. So that will also challenge for MSMEs to invest so much and get this implemented. And other barriers is human factor ignorance, voice of customer misunderstanding, and lack of participation and engagement of employee. As I told, there will be a lot of resistance by the employees for any climatic change that is going to happen. And AHP, I have utilized for recognizing. In AHP, the method for recognizing the barriers is for paired comparison. So in paired comparison for all these 5 barriers which I have mentioned, so in that when we calculate the weight of the barriers, so in the AHP index, B2, that is organization barriers, is the highest one and it's back the rank 1, and in comparison to that, B1 is 0.23 in the HP index, and that is rank 2. So now what I suggest the management here, I'll just go back to your B2 and B1. So B2 is organizational barriers and B1 is management based barriers. So based on these barriers, according to AHP matrix, it is the most critical barriers that the management could look upon for implementing successfully the LSS. So here are a few suggestions that the management can adopt. First is creating an awareness, that is understanding what is Six Sigma methodology, and then their participation, so that if they participate, they involve, they get aware of it, and they'll understand what are the benefits of adopting this, and they can definitely reduce the waste and improve the levels of production, and MSMEs can grow, which will indirectly improve our economy as well. Okay, so then organizational infrastructure, the suggestions will be they have to make arrangements of appropriate resources, whatever is required for implementing it, and maybe the training development facilities for the employees is also must, and hiring the external personnel who can train them on all these LSS technologies. So that could help. So these are the suggestions, and the conclusion is the main motto of this paper was to understand the barriers and to come up with solutions and prioritize the solutions and implement it and help the MSMEs to successfully implement this Lean Six Sigma for sustainable development. Thank you.
Okay. Yes. Do any of the participants have any questions for the presenter?
Yes, sir. I have a question.
Yes, please go ahead, sir.
Madam,
yes,
I just want to know that there's a combination of two concepts. LSS is a combination of two concepts.
Yes, sir.
What that lean management is meant for?
So lean is for reducing the waste. Like, for example, JIT, just in time. So that could help them to unnecessarily block their amount on inventory. They need not have to make hold their amount on it. So if they adopt this just in time, they can immediately order, and at the time of production, they can get the goods, and delivery will be on time. And one more method could be like fishbone diagram, root cause analysis. So that could also help them to find out what is actually the problem, the root cause. They will have it in a fishbone diagram where the actual problem, what are the reasons for creating that problems, and they may come out for the solution of it.
Okay, and my basic question here is, lean management refers to cutting across hierarchy, the size of manpower, reduction in manpower, which means eliminating the surplus manpower, which is either ineffective or not redundant, right?
Okay.
But here you're linking up that with waste. How does it link up that with the MSMEs? In fact, this is only for large organizations. This concept LSS is for large organizations.
Yes, sir. Idle time is also a wastage, right? It's here. We doesn't mean only for the resources like raw material or such. Even if the employees are wasting time, that is also a waste, and that can also be reduced.
Can you elaborate on the THP method?
Analytical hierarchy process, sir.
Yes. Yes.
Sir, this could help in first defining the problem, then hierarchical framework, then we pair comparison with all the problems that we are been facing, then we judge which will stand first, and then synthesize the pairwise comparison, then consistency ratio will be calculated, and then we find out which is the main problem that has been causing, and that we can find the best alternative for it.
Again, developing hierarchical framework refers to reduction in hierarchy, pruning hierarchy. It means pruning people who are considered as waste. Is it not?
Yes, sir.
1. 2, this limitation of this method is, I'm just giving some idea. Limitation of this method is, it enables only pair-based comparisons, but in reality, it's multiple comparisons put together, because for every action, there'll be a confounding effect. Correct? Okay. This confounding effect also has got to be analyzed.
Okay. So in this, we calculate actually the consistency ratio.
No, that's right. You see, put it on the hierarchy and then come to put that index, weighted index.
Yeah.
And the one which gets highest has that, all that. It's almost another form of factor analysis, right?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
But it's only pairwise comparison. Limitation itself is, the method itself has that limitation.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Yes. So the best thing would be to link up relationships in the hierarchy. Okay, form relationship equations of relationships and then examine. That will give you better ideas.
Sure, sir. I'll pick up your suggestion. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Yes. Do any of the other participants have any questions? Or else we can go to the session chair, Dr. Rupendra Gaikwad. Yes, Dr. Gaikwad.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your valuable suggestions to Sana ma'am. And this is going to definitely enhance the quality of your research in future. Sana ma'am, as you have mentioned in your title, that discovering and prioritizing the LSS barriers, so that we can see that you have discovered them, you have enlisted them, and you have prioritized them.
Yes, sir.
My further question is, can you have the pinpointed suggestions to these barriers so that the MSMEs also can utilize this? Because as Honorable Sir has said, this is the concept which can be used by the large organizations, but you want to implement it for the MSMEs, for the benefit of
Yes, sir.
MSMEs,
Yes,
isn't
sir.
it? So how can they go further? Because so for them, can you give them some pinpointed pathway to remove the barriers?
Yes, sir. As I told you here in the study, the AHP index has been done, and the ranking was given like B2 will be the highest barrier and B1 is the top second barrier for them. So if they work on these, I have given the suggestions like management should participate, and I have told you for implementing the Six Sigma, they should have been certified with any of the belt. The most suggested is the green belt. So there are 5 belt certificate courses available by ASQ, and there are many other institutes also they provide. So the management, any person, or they can hire the external personnel who can train them. So they will get to know what are the benefits and what are the challenges. So they can overcome the challenges and they can easily or effectively they can implement the LSS. Organizational infrastructure, as I told you, like Lean Six Sigma is for they can there are so many methodologies, techniques, and tools in Lean, like root cause analysis, then JIT system, and all. And in Six Sigma, we have DMAIV and DMADV. So they have to make arrangements for implementing all these. The appropriate resources which is required, they have to make the availability, and they can effectively introduce this. So the suggestion was given for the top 2 barriers, which is analyzed by AHP model.
So you mean to say that the solution to MSMEs is they should go for the green belt of certification of this Sigma, so that
yes, sir. Or they can hire the employee who can serve the organization with that certification. Also do good.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. If you could stop sharing. Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes. We will now move on to the next presentation. I would now like to invite Dr. Sunil Ujagre to present his research paper on emerging trends in enterprise risk management in MSMEs. I believe Mr. Ramanath Kulkarni is presenting on his behalf.
Yes, sir.
Over to you, sir.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you. This is Amarnath Kulkarni. I'll be presenting on emerging trends in the enterprise risk management. Sir, may I request you one thing? I'll need another couple of minutes. In the meanwhile, you can go on with the other presentation, and I will have to switch the system.
Okay. Okay. Fine. Okay. So, okay. Dr. Rachna Shikre, if you are ready. Yes. Okay. Now I would like to invite Dr. Rachna Shikre to present her paper on implementation of enterprise knowledge management and its impact on the key business processes, HR perspective. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Let me share my presentation.
Yes, ma'am, your presentation is visible.
Okay.
Your screen is not visible again.
Yeah, I'm just trying to sort out the issue. Just a moment. Is it visible now?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Yes. So, Namaskar, respected chair of the session, Dr. Rupendra Gaikwad sir, revered dignitaries from IMRT and IFERP, and all the delegates present here, good afternoon. I hope my slide is visible to all of y'all and my voice is audible.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm Dr. Rachna Shikre, member of Sanshodhan Trust Pune and a corporate trainer. Along with the co-authors, Dr. Vinod Mohite, Associate Professor, IMERT Pune, Dr. Kalpana Vaidya, Associate Professor, MMCOE, and research scholar, Mr. Swapnil Khardi. I take this opportunity to present our research paper titled Implementation of Enterprise Knowledge Management and its impact on the key business processes from the HR perspective. On behalf of them, I would like to take the presentation ahead. This is how we will be moving ahead with our presentation. Hope I do justice in presenting the research study that 4 of us have worked and developed in the past month or so. We have come up with few outcomes as well that I will be sharing at the end of this presentation in the concluding remarks. So let's begin with the abstract. As the conference started yesterday, in the keynote address, Dr. Abhay Kumar sir, the VC of Pratap University, Jaipur, he quoted about having a quality holistic research. We have to go for a multidisciplinary approach. And only then we can have some kind of sustainable solutions in an effective way that can be adapted. So on that line, we have definitely, we are happy to share that our research has a blend of multidisciplinary areas that we have weaved in our research of having EKM, that is Enterprise Knowledge Management, digital transformation, Industry 4.0, wherein we are witnessing rapid changes to technology, industry, and social patterns and processes as well. And these there are key business processes that are undergoing rapid and impactful changes. Rather, we would say changeovers for sustainability. Specifically, this research is focused on IT companies in and around Pune area. So we have also have some suggestions at the end, deriving certain avenues, concepts from various avenues of the world, of the technology, of the approaches, of the methodologies, etc. So we have also dealt with, apart from the regular survey, we have interacted in the form of focus groups, in the form of interviewing certain expertise from the industry and gain knowledge about the aspect that we were studying in a much detailed manner. Basically, here digital transformation, which we are quoting, can be one of the foundation as such for our paper, wherein it is going to give the market competitive advantage, and by using innovative methods, by advanced communication technologies, and blending it with the organizational knowledge. Basically, we can come up with an effective management of the knowledge that can be elicited, that can be disseminated, that can be utilized at the right time by the right people. And at the end, definitely HR is the main perspective over here, how HR personnel is actually facing this challenge, because he is the person or she is the person as a role which is being defined in multiple organizations and which is carrying out this Herculean task basically. So what challenges are being faced, because 89% of the business processes are soon going to be evaluated on the basis of customer experiences. So we also thought of, can we blend design thinking over here, because it's all about values, it's all about experiences. So we also thought of blending design thinking over here as an outcome at the end. So this is a kind of a multi-disciplinary approach. I hope my slide is moving ahead, sir.
Ma'am, you're on the abstract slide. Yes, now, yeah, we are going on to that fact, concern, possibility slide.
Yeah. So, so basically, with the development of industry 4.0, there is a need of digitalization and digital transformation. Industry knowledge is quite intensive, and because of the dynamic business environment, it becomes the need of our to concern being sustainable in the competitive advantage and study the role of HR, that is the human resource development, in this particular research perspective. There are various possibilities which we thought about, that how it is, how the systems are rapidly facing the technological diversities and technological advancements also. So how can an organization facilitates the personnel, HR personnel, and face the industry advanced technologies and the data which is coming, the various people that are joining the organization, the stakeholders which are associated with the organization, and how are they interacting basically. So the research problem, after the literature review we constructed, was implementation of enterprise knowledge management in IT companies is critical, definitely, especially understanding its worthwhile and studying its impact on key business processes and how HR contributes towards this effort. So you can see here the knowledge management and enterprise. So if we actually think about incidents, say we never think of experience manager posts in advertisement, or we never say that, okay, XYZ person is an experienced person, and now we can fully extract its expertise or knowledge that is residing in his head and give it to the beginner, and the beginner can become a new expertise. So we never actually think about this, or it is something which is not thought about, wherein knowledge management can be pitched up. Because there is n number of data that is being generated in the form of documents, in the form of metadata, in the form of various systems which are being worked out in the organization. There is a give and take of data from within the system as well as from the environment as well. Apart from this, human nature, apart from this, the cultural diversity, the culture of not only the people, but the culture of the business organization also can be considered over here as various facets of information that can be churned to manage the information in a dynamic environment, wherein again, along with the digital transformation, knowledge management pitches in. Okay, and enterprise knowledge management are having multiple business objectives. So definitely this can be a strong case to proceed ahead. The scope of this study was limited to Pune city and the MNCs in and around Pune cities, to study the application of enterprise knowledge management in selected IT companies and to assess the role of HR personnel and the challenges they faced was the objective of the study. The hypothesis which we proposed was understanding of application of EKM is effectively reflected in the key business processes and KM initiative in IT companies, which was tested and validated at the end. Here you can see the ranking of key business processes as per their association and enterprise knowledge management. The association in this particular study, we found out various parameters, we found out various aspects from the MNCs, which are Indian MNCs, as well as the foreign MNCs, which are on Indian soil. So here we found out that there is a significant, among those key business processes which are highly significant, apart from quality assurance and quality control mechanism, IT services also scored a higher amount of points there. Okay, the business that scored the least was the administration, which was concerned with the like, for example, in a MNC, there was a FMGC division, or it was concerned with the day-to-day administrative thing, wherein, or the accounts department, wherein that was little lesser kind of impact which was seen or identified. These are the challenges which are faced by the.
Sorry to interrupt. Your time is up. If you could just wrap up in the next few minutes.
Yeah. So this was the research framework which we have applied here. Survey method was applied along with the questionnaire and focus group as well. The research finding over here, we can see the hypothesis was tested and training was quite a higher effective percentage was identified in both the MNCs and Indian as well as foreign. And the usefulness of employee engagement was found to be the higher side. The inference which we found out was the EKM, that is enterprise knowledge management, was quite effective on the business processes. The concluding remarks, I would like to say that the research in the field of knowledge management is still inadequate, especially pondering with respect to the implementation and HR side, which is required to be enhanced for the body of knowledge. Better awareness is required, and there is a suggestive model of including the design thinking, the capability maturity model, and the approach of agile methodology that can be further deliberated. So that's all. This is a proposed implementation model, the contribution from the researchers that we have developed, combining the agile, combining the KM cycle, combining the cultural components of any business environment, and whatever implications and inferences from this study was with respect to the higher percentage of quality factor that was kept as a base. Thank you so much. So I'm open for the questions.
Yes. Any questions for Dr. Rachna from the presenters? Okay, I think we can go to the chair then, Dr. Rupendra Gaikwad. Over to you.
Yes.
Dr. Rachna, I think your study is very much apt. Congratulations for that.
Thank you, sir.
I would like to hear from you in one line. Can you summarize your study and how the EKM impacts the key business processes?
Okay, sir. Now, when we talk about enterprise knowledge management, basically, it is actually centrally guided knowledge management program in any organization. We selected the IT companies for our convenience, but then it is applicable for every organization. When we talk about the key business processes, basically, whenever we think of any investment or an energy or efforts to be put in, we definitely are very much what you can say, focus on the value that they will give to us. And when we talk about the biggest impact of value and the customer and the stakeholders and the employees, all these ingredients or elements become very, very apt for understanding their background, understanding their purpose, understanding their contribution, understanding their expectations. So, for example, we can think of vision and strategy of a company. So here, when we talk about such kind of a approach or managing product and services, business processes come into picture, wherein there is a strong requirement of a technologically strong knowledge management systems, so that they manage the operating processes, they manage the supporting processes, they manage the managing processes as well together, not just one. So it is not universal, it is specific to organization.
Okay, thank you for the elaborated answer. I wanted a brief answer on the actually what will be the effect of EKM on the key business processes, that it will enhance the process, it will elaborate the process, it will means the immediate effect of that. Okay.
Yeah, it will improve the performance overall. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Yes, Dr. Rachna, if you could stop sharing the screen.
Sir,
Yes,
this is sir. This is Amarnath Kulkarni on behalf of Dr. Jagre. I am available.
Yes, Mr. Amarnath, please proceed.
Thank you, sir. Sir, is my screen visible?
Not yet.
Is it visible now?
No, not yet, sir. Yes, now it is visible.
All right, all right. Okay, so good afternoon all. My name is Amarnath Kulkarni, and I am presenting the paper on emerging trends in enterprise risk management. Okay, my guide is Dr. Sunil Ujagare. Okay, enterprise risk management has come a long way over the past 2 decades, especially in this millennium. A lot of study has happened in this area, prior to which this field was not taken seriously enough. But now, with the emergence of globalization, especially developed countries looking for supplies to developing countries, that has made a lot of difference to the management style in the developing countries as well. A lot of study has happened, especially in the developed world, North America and Europe especially. Nowadays, emerging economies have also entered into the research field for this area. Even though MSMEs are seen as the engine for growth all over the world, in India especially, they account for almost 31% of the country's economy. This was the figure shared by Nirmala Sitharaman in the budget recently. And the sector also accounts for almost 50% of the Indian exports. But even then, the sector is quite vulnerable to all kind of disruptions. This sector has always been disruptions prone because of low capital base, because of limitations on skills on the part of the entrepreneurs as well as their staff. Even so, it has always outperformed India's economy. Indian economy has grown at a pace of 6% over the past decade. During the same period, the MSME sector has grown by more than 10%. The research objectives of this paper are to understand the emerging trends in ERM, that is enterprise risk management, and to examine their impact on the ERM practices. So methodology used, secondary data, recent researches in this field were analyzed, and the outputs are derived are based largely on the studies undertaken in recent years. In India, there has been very little research in this field, especially on the effectiveness of risk management. I have come across very little research. So in keeping with the rapid globalization of the MSMEs, studies from India as well as abroad are referred. Design of the study. The selected literature needed to cover the emerging trends in ERM and their impact on the ERM processes. So recent studies, as I said, were selected. They were selected on the basis of their topicality. Time elapsed since the research hasn't diminished the relevance of the variables. So all of overall 60 papers were selected, out of which 18 were shortlisted as references for this time. I'll go to the conclusions. Some of the risks that have been recently added to the traditional risk matrix are climate change risk, genetic engineering related risk, technology related risk, risks arising out of missed maintenance activity, data-driven risk, disruption risk, reputation risk, and globalization-related risk. It's not that these risks didn't exist before, but their magnitude has increased. You will find that cybersecurity risk is covered under data-driven risk because of late, that risk has created havoc across certain organizations. We will also look at the changes that have been necessitated because of emergence of these new risks on the ARM process, application of AI, monitoring and managing IoT, high risk innovation, vigilance and resilience to complement prevention, increasing regulatory requirements and collective risk management. It is in this framework that today's risk officers, chief risk officers, or the persons handling the risks in MSMEs need to work. We have to understand that in MSMEs, the things are usually driven by owner managers. In relatively larger companies, they appoint decision-making managers, but even so, the role of owner managers is of utmost importance. So as Sana Begum had earlier said, the top management's involvement in day-to-day operations, or at least their monitoring, is of utmost importance in this field as well. Limitations. This study is purely academic and relies on secondary data. This area of research itself is very largely unexplored in India. And many of the global emerging trends aren't ever practiced by Indian MSMEs. Yes, risks in India are largely practiced by finance sector. And then large corporations have recently begun implementing them, especially after the emergence of guidelines, regulatory guidelines towards that. So there is a lot of scope for further study. ERM practice itself, needs and regulations and their impact on ERM, regulations based or achievement based ERM objectives, linkage between ERM and firms' performance, effectiveness of ERM techniques as a whole. All these can be areas for further studies in this field. So that's all there is to it from my end. Now
Yes.
I would like to invite your questions.
Yes, any questions for Mr. Amarnath from the other participants? Yes, I think we can go to the session chair, Dr. Rupendra Gaikwad then.
Mr. Amarnath.
Yes, please.
We came to know from your presentation that your study relies on secondary data only. But still, I would like to know one thing from your study, that what are the risks imposed by pandemic on MSMEs?
There are a lot of risks imposed by the pandemic. Most importantly, the risk faced were in the field of HR. The availability of human capital itself. There was a lot of displacement of labor, especially in the first phase of the pandemic. So that created havoc across the industry so far as the labor class availability was concerned. Secondly, huge impact was faced, and even it is still being faced in supply chain management. There were a lot of disruptions in supply chain. Those two were the biggest impacts of COVID pandemic. One positive impact has emerged out of it as well. The emergence of digital technology. People are now moving towards digital marketing. So that is actually helping the businesses at least cover some ground, if not grow, during the pandemic.
Any suggestions to the MSMEs for managing these risks?
Yes, definitely. MSMEs suffer from low capital base, limitations on entrepreneurial skills as well. So ERM is definitely a useful technique for that. It can definitely help them to achieve their business objectives without deflections. Every risk also presents an opportunity. The standard risk management process is of identification of the risk, their assessment and evaluation, then risk treatment. Risk treatment can take several forms. It can be avoidance of risk, sharing of risk, control of risk, or acceptance of risk. So understand the risks, evaluate them, and then decide the strategy. Every risk also presents an opportunity. So identify the opportunities as well. And then the business can definitely move forward. Yes, impact all over the world is very heavy, especially for this pandemic. But it doesn't mean that every company must suffer. Definitely there can be opportunities and they can be exploited.
Thank you, Mr. Amarnath.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Mr. Amarnath, if you could stop sharing your screen.
Sure.
Okay. Now I would like to invite Professor Pooja Vaidya to present her research paper on effect of Agile project management on sustainability. Do we have Professor Pooja Vaidya here?
Can you hear me, sir? This is Pooja here.
Yes, ma'am, you are audible. If you could switch on your video.
Pardon, sir, I do not have the camera from my end. I have to switch on my mobile for that. But I'm just presenting through my personal desktop, and I do not have camera to it. So pardon me on that end. Should I start my presentation, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Just a general instruction for all the participants. Please stick to your 8 to 10 minute timeline. General instruction for all the participants.
I hope you can see my screen layout, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Just a second, sir.
Hello.
Can you see, ma'am? Hello. Sir,
Hello.
are you able to see it?
Yes, ma'am, we can.
Okay. So with the panel's permission, I am moving ahead with my presentation. As my presentation is on effect of agile project management on sustainability, it is purely related about the project management and the methodology called as agile, which is currently used in the industry, in management, and in the process of getting sustained in the current scenario. So moving ahead in that, to put my profile in, I am working in Dr. G.Y. Patrikar College of Computer Science and IT, and I am being guided by Dr. Sarika Sherke Kadam. She is my PhD guidance person, and she is along with me working in MGM University. Same. To put it brief, this is the MGM University, which is located at Aurangabad in Maharashtra. Moving ahead with the topic, putting very clear digital transformation. Purely talking about digital transformation is very vast, diverse, rapidly developing, and having all implications and plans on where the industry is working a lot on this. Today in the morning, where the panelists were discussing and with respect to digitization, and this particular topic can lead to the world of digitization, being in the field of agile format, where we should be very flexible to accept what coming in and coming out, goes in. Here I have seen the concept of digital India, make in India, skill in India, where the current scenario where India is working in, where the technology, say as Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, robotics are in the boom, and making the transformation in the full-fledged digitized part, where all the social transformation, it is giving all leverages to the people where they can use the digital platform to convert themselves and use the new scenarios in the coming era, which is the digital era, we can say. Here, the concept of sustainability comes because they are having three pillars where we have to, if you can see the image, environment, social, and economic, which are the base pillars of sustaining. Even if the digital platform want to sustain, it has to consider environment, social, and economic stuff. Without these three, it cannot sustain in the coming era, where it is bearing all the society's requirement. It has to give equity, or it should be balanced in balanced data or balanced information within the three sectors. It should be viable because it should be flexible and to get accessed either in environment, either in society, or either in economic or finance sectors where the society is dealing with. Where, because of these three pillars, sustainability can indulge and have proper innovative ideas and proper I can say proper development can be designed and can be sustained in the coming days of digital era, because everything is to be considered by robot infrastructure. Where this is something where I have read in one of the magazine of India Today, where digital transformation. Yes, sir.
Yeah, just a minute. Sorry for the interruption. Just a
No
minute,
problem.
ma'am.
No problem.
So some of the participants having issue in breakout room future. So now we have reopened in the breakout rooms. So the breakout room option will be appear in your screens. Those who need to join, they can join there directly.
Sir, I can't see the breakout room on my end, sir. If you can see on my
Ma'am,
screen.
this instruction is not for you. You are supposed to stay in
This is for the participants who are having technical session in technician 3A and 3B. Those who are having the presentation in technician 3A and 3B, they can join directly in the breakout room by clicking the breakout room option. If anyone there, they can join. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Should I continue, sir?
Yes, Pooja ma'am, please continue.
Yeah. Where this is a part where I have talked about digitization, where I have read in one of the magazines saying this digitization transformation has been expected to go to till $154 billion as per Indian GDP, and the contribution of digital or digital products or devices or services is just 4%. And to have huge impact, we need to have heavy projects, and that should be divided into certain clusters, where you can see certain clusters, say as business sectors. They have certain business models. The involvement of individual is needed. The industry where huge impact due to technology functions and their own grievance are there at that certain areas. These whole clusters can give sustainable development in the coming scenarios, in coming eras. These all sectors will come together and can make a big impact where changes can be seen. And that's why here the agile development has entered, where you can see the diagram where it shows there is certain vision, mission, strategies, teamwork, growth, success, and sometimes the project can be repeated or redeveloped or re-engineered. The concept of redevelopment and re-engineering can be implemented here, because the data or the information or the development is just repeating themselves and changing into the new era, where everything is being connected together without any difference. I'll put here one more point here called as their manifesto. It is a part of Agile manifesto. It is based on four major principles, where they need to have an interaction, where we don't find the industry or the people, or say as sectors, say as education sectors and industry sectors or technical sectors are not getting interacted due to certain reasons. They need to get interacted not because of process or tools, but to just divert their information or give that information and segregate to everyone and get collaborated and give an input for the coming future. This is the part of Agile, how this Agile works. It is a consideration of sprint. This is the design, if you can see at the bottom, it is called a sprint. At every phase, we are interacting with the people of every phase. Due to this Agile, every people is been connected, every person has been connected from every sector to upgrade, upbring, and make innovative ideas in current scenario or in the digital scenario. This is the process where it works. It is a part of Agile Light and also a part of Agile development. This is the diagram where we have information, where we have getting from the people, getting connected to the development people, delivering it back to the people who are using it, or the needy people who are needed, or we can say in one word, eager to accept all the changes in full-fledged. This is something where we need to concentrate agility and collaboration performance, where we need to coach, we need to create a team, we have to give compensations, we need to recruit certain leaders, people who know something about the system. May let it be from the education sector, development sector, design sector, industry sector, but learning is continuous, it doesn't end. Here they have made three sectors. One is executor, moderator, and business people. In Agile management, they have concentrated on these three people, where executor is a part of top level management. Say as if you are in the education institute, the top lead may be the dean or the principal, who is involving all other people surrounding to them, who is moderating it. The people who are working under the executioner, they are moderating how the process is going, and the people who are, say as the students or the low level employees who are working there, or taking the grasping all the information, or doing their particular jobs at their respective areas. And these three people can give total growth or make the environment sustainable of
Ma'am,
digital era.
sorry to interrupt. Your time
Yes,
is
sir.
up. You need to wrap up in the next couple of minutes.
Yes, sir, I'll do that. This is one of the sector where how the data is been divided, how the information is collected from every sector. This is how the data Agile is going to wrap up in the cloud base, because the current scenario is a cloud based scenario. So digital platform is working and moving towards the cloud based sector. And these are certain models where the models can be used to obtain sustainability and empower the society using this particular features. These are certain models where it can be used in either in management, education, say anything, you can use this models. These are the trends currently going on, and these are the resources where I have collected from. And this is the end of my session, sir. From my end, it's done.
Yes. Any questions for the presenter from the other participants? Okay. I think then we can go to Dr. Rupendra Gaikwad, the session chair. Sir.
Thank you, sir. Professor Pooja, you talked
Yes,
about
sir.
the effect of agile project management on sustainability. I would
Yes,
like to know that what are the effects of digital transformation on project management?
Sir, currently, as per projects where we have seen all the data is coming in the digital format, and whereas management, where Agile is a part of methodology, where system is working, where we can say a software is working, or the technology is working. but the data which is coming in and to sustain the data is not appropriate or is not as per the requirement of the change, where because the data is fluctuating. To get it stable, Agile will help it very more, because it will give required material, or we can say a required bifurcations in it. We can make it clusters depending upon the requirement. The data can be used for digital transfer. For example, to put it in simple, say as movie sectors. I'll just give a small example, because movie sectors are changing now. Movie sectors has to use certain information which can give a message to the society. Current where movies are not giving, the web series are giving. Web series are telling us about how the society, how the criminal mind is coming out, or how the security should be given to the girls, or to the society, how the security is to be maintained, what are the changes occurring in your what do you say, in technology, or we can say the data, how it is been hacked.
Okay.
Or
Thank you.
yes,
Thank you.
yes, thank you. Yes, sir.
Yes, Dr. Gaikwad, shall we go to the next presenter?
Yes, please. Yes, please. Go ahead.
Okay. Now I would like to invite Mr. Kishore Dalve to present his paper on advancement of organizational agro-tourism business culture through digital transformation.
Hello, sir. Hello.
Sir, you are audible.
Can I share my screen? Is it visible, sir?
Yes, it is visible. Sir, if you could switch on your video and speak a little louder, because your voice is...
Okay, just 1 minute, sir, please. Sorry for inconvenience, sir. Please 1 minute.
Sir, your presentation is visible, but you are barely audible, sir. You need to speak louder or come closer to the mic.
Is it okay, sir? No?
Try to change the slide. If you can see the change slide, then it is working perfect.
Okay.
Okay.
Is it working, sir?
Okay.
Good afternoon, myself, Kishore Babu. Today I will present my research paper on the title of Advancement of Organizational Agritourism Business Culture through Digital Transformation. I am a PhD student in management science under MGM University Anganwadi. I am in rural and agriculture business management, and in HRM. Associate Professor Dr. Praveen Shastri, he is a co-author of management and research in MGM University Aurangabad. Here is I mentioned a few lines of abstract. Digitalization, ICT tools, pages in travels of travelers and tourists, and smart technologies. These are a topic involved in the abstract. Then okay. Sir, where we can add a digitalization process in pages of travelers in agro-tourism business is the main purpose of did this research. Firstly, we must understand it is not only business, it is a cultural business activity, which is well organized with three components like farmer's life, then village culture, and then agriculture practices. Then, sir, both agritourism and agrotourism terms uses in India and abroad. These terms refers to people visit to farm, then they involves themselves with agricultural operation and other activities for the purpose of enjoyment and education. Farmers provide them a large variety of activities and services to get supplementary income from them. First diagram is shows that supplementary income for farmer, that then it is linked with other farmers and entrepreneurs of agrotourism, small vendors, etc. With digital sources. So this is working like social unit and small organization. Organization is defined as like a concisely coordinated social unit made up of a group of people that functions on a relatively continuous basis to achieve a common goal. An organized business structure means how job tasks actually are formally grouped and coordinated and divided. ICT tools uses in agrotourism on the basis of six elements of organizational structures like work specialization, departmentalization, then chain of command, span of control, then centralization and decentralization, and last one is formalization. Okay. Then objective of the study. These are some three objectives in which to study about digital transformation, phases of tourist in travels for agrotourism, for digital marketing, then observe mode of ITs by farmers to access agriculture information in Maharashtra. Okay. Then need of digital transformation in agrotourism. So basically, to effective management of human resource in agrotourism, to increase income through tourists, to make easy booking for tourists, then to make easy comparison between two agrotourism, maintain and increase the reputation of tourists, then to promote agrotourism in different way, to stay in competition by using the smart technology. These are needs of agrotourism. So these are needs of digital transformation in agrotourism. Then sixth is that digital transformation helps to agrotourism in following phases. Like there are main three phases: the pre-booking phase, the trip phase, and the post phase. The post-trip phase. But hello, it is audible, sir. Hello.
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. In which the pre-booking phase, internet and social network influenced the decision of tourists when they looked for a new destination for a trip. According to Nelson's research, 70% of people fixes their own decision motivated by the travel opinion which given by others. Tourists are more reliable with online feedback, social networks. Then it plays crucial role for next trip of tourists. 86% of people interested to see destination photos which are already clicked and visited by others. In 2018, about 80% marketers of Facebook ads used by marketing, and they plan to increase investment through this advertising tool for next year. Next year in 2019, in which the purchase phase, It includes book a room, buy a ticket, etc. Then this is destination phase. It means tourists have full autonomy to book a ticket without extra interface. More than 140 million prefer the smartphone for book their vacations. In 2018, 82% trips booked through smartphone and website. Then of this main phase, in which digital transformation changes experiences of tourists while traveling, mostly they linked with social media for sharing their activities, sharing the activities with friends and relatives. The 74% travelers say that they always use social network sites while traveling, and 97% tourists says that shares photos and other contents during the trip and vacations. So they are use digital platform in the during the journey. Both Instagram and Facebook, these are considered effective channels for reaching towards tourists, respectively 28% and 30%, according to soldier.com. And then during
Mr. Kishore,
then last, yes,
are you changing the slide, because we are stuck up at the slide point number 5 and 6?
Just okay. This is point number 7, sir. Okay. Okay. Yes, following smart technology entrepreneur can use in agriculture. It is like data mining, which involve the tourist number prediction, then cross selling, then tourist segmentation for marketing, then cancellation prediction of tourist booking, then virtual reality, in which using exploration of old and traditional farming equipments, then a virtual tour of agro farm, allied activities, natural beauty like trees, birds, and fauna. Third point is Internet of Things, in which air quality control, contact tracing, etc. And then augmented reality AR, which involves the historical reconstructions in agrotourism, like for farming methods of past simpler era, etc. Then next slide.
Mr. Kishore,
Okay,
your time is up. You need to wrap up in the next 1 or 2 minutes.
Okay, okay. Okay, sir. Okay. According to the research by Professor Suresh Gowde and Dr. Varsha Turkar, 95 farmers use mobile for information collection among the 370 farmers which they were selected for sampling. Only 6 farmers use newspapers, and highest 129 farmers use TV for information collection purpose. Then total 64% farmers use smartphones, and 36% farmers using basic features phone. This information is useful for digital marketing in management of agritourism. Then in Maharashtra, according to geographical region, entrepreneur has a scope for advertise with the digital sources. Linkage with other farmers is crucial point for explore the agritourism and make it sustainable. So entrepreneur must take help from all center of agritourism and use digital sources and other sources like radio, television, social media, etc. Here I mentioned some books, some research papers, and few websites under for reference purposes. In conclusion, firstly, sir, digital marketing management of travel and tourism is the core part of agrotourism business for attract tourists on their agrotourism center. This business concept is run by a farmer. They sell services and facilities like hospitality, residential facility, lunch and dinner, etc. to tourists. Then some phases are present in total tourist cycle. Like I presented before. This process is totally same in for agritourism business. In this agritourism business,
Okay, Mr. Kishore, I think we need to stop here. Yeah, I'll hand over the session to the session chair, Dr. Upendra Gaikwad, for his questions.
Mr. Kishore, can you hear me properly?
Total rural area involved. So, but uses of digital sources and tools by people, these are same.
Mr. Kishore, can you hear me?
Business. Okay. Marketing strategy according to. Okay. Okay. Thanks for all. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I hear you, sir. Hello.
Yeah. In the end, there was some technological glitch and we could not hear properly. But I would like to know from you that what sort of technology can help the agritourism? Because agritourism is a very promising area in India, isn't it? And
Yes,
with digital transformation, what sort of challenges are there in front of the agritourism, and what sort of help can it can give from the technology?
Sir, digital technology used for digital marketing purpose for agritourism. Main challenges is it is a new concept in market agritourism. So owner of agritourism have to work more in digital sources to reach the tourist. Sir, another question, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kishore.
Yes, Mr. Kishore, if you could stop sharing your screen.
Thank you.
Yes, okay. Just another quick instruction to all the remaining participants. We'll have to strictly stick to a timeline of 10 minutes because we have a valedictory session scheduled at 4:30. We need to have all the presentations done before that and the assessment sheet to be submitted to the convener. So now I would like to invite the next presenter, Mrs. Rajeshwari Sali, to present her paper on a study on green accounting concept and its importance. Ma'am, over to you.
Yes. Very good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, all. Yes, I'm Rajeshwari, Department of Commerce, Faculty of Business Studies, Chandasma University. So here I'm presenting.
Ma'am, if you could keep your video on as well.
Yes, sir. Yes. Just a minute. Yes. Just a minute. Yes. Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Yes, sir.
Now, yes, now it's visible.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So here is the study mainly focusing on the importance of the green accounting, and here is environment protection is a significant issue of all the time, and gross domestic product has become nearly every nation's default measure of a development. So here is where we are going to consider of a GDP, and we are not involving the environmental aspect, environmental importance we are not including in the GDP. Okay, the present study mainly here focusing on the major role of the environment in the progress of the economy of a country, and in return the damages to the natural resources. So it's an analysis of a cost and benefit. And so here I have added some in a description, some few of the objectives I have added here, sir, and that is to mainly to know the importance, to know the history as well as the development of green accounting in India, and also the importance of green accounting system, and some various forms, and also how the applications are in our Indian companies, how they are adopting the this green accounting system in their management administrative process, and and also some legal framework adopted in India for the environmental practices. So that is, and also I have added some limitations of green accounting in the objectives, and I have made some literature review by some of the authors, different authors who have worked on this system, that is green accounting system, and yes. Research methodologies are descriptive research. It's a type, and the present study is based on a secondary data, works of literature have been reviewed, which were published by the authors who are all working on it, and some information has been also collected from the books and journals, and also some articles and periodicals, and some here the importance of pollution control and the sustainable development, assessing, testing, and reporting the performance of environmental activities become easy with the help of green accounting. Okay, so as here we need to make a balance between the environment, protecting environment, and promoting economic development. So, and it would encourage the government as well as the corporate to invest in cleaner and more efficient technologies. And through green accounting, nations can observe the economic growth at a sustainable development. It would be helpful in developing greenery process and products. This is an important part, and some various laws related to the environmental protection, and indirect related to the government environmental protection. And here is the need for environmental accounting is at the corporate level, control over increasing the cost, potential liabilities, and promoting a company having wide environmental awareness. So few I have added here, and the conclusion, India is still not in a promoting stage of the development when it comes to green accounting, so of a corporate social responsibility under the Companies Act 2013. The same kind of strict legal framework should be done in compulsory adoption of a green accounting. So every company has to adopt this green accounting, and that it has to consider in their balance sheet as how we are considering the other assets, other resources of the company. Here the green accounting, it is for mainly basically of natural resources. So even the company has to consider these things, and with the certain some conditions, this may spread a wide range of seriousness to the corporate sector towards environment and conservation and a protection. So this is of the conclusion side, and some of the references I have showed here, sir, and also the some journals and websites. And the one limiting factor of the study is the present study has not used primary data. The present study mainly it is focusing on the secondary data on green accounting in India. And there is a need for environmental accounting at the corporate level. So it tells its responsibility towards the environment or not. And the company has to fulfill some of the environmental responsibility, meeting regulatory requirements or exceeding that expectations, and cleaning up of a pollution that already exists and disposing of the hazardous materials. So this is one, and the major issue it is, and operating in a way those environmental damages are do not to occur, and also control over the operational and material efficiency gains driven by the competitive global market. And also here promoting a company having wide environmental awareness. The company has to get awareness, and also they have to do up programs, and also they can adopt some special audit for the environmental examination of environmental adoption and related things. And also the policymaker has to make a policy, has to frame the policies in that manner that has to contain or else consider the importance of this environment protection. So each and every one responsibility is to what protecting the environment. Those as we will speak it, but the very sensitive matter is what we'll forget to so environment protection, and we'll be giving the least importance to this. So it is what the responsibility of every individual as adoption of this in our daily routine life, that protecting the environment, and also with the what it's as my studies mainly based on this the Indian companies who are adopting this environment accounting. So that's why I wanted to speak about the only that part. So here is what companies have to strictly have some conditions, provisions, and also it has to be government has to make a mandatory to adopt this green accounting. And of course there are some conditions, but apart from that it has to be mandatory to all the Indian companies. Okay, and of course many of the companies were following and adopted, like ONGC, Mahindra and Mahindra, BPCL, and of course they are doing the plantation as their corporate, it is a part of corporate social responsibility. So they were doing, but it is what here even including the institutions and apart from the companies, factories and all, even it should start with us. Okay, and even it should start with education institution, wastage of people, say, including the whatever the resources, the natural resources. Even this is the responsibility of all of us. So it should start with us. And balancing the thing is what country like India, which is developing, protecting environment and promoting economic development is a major issue.
Ma'am, your time is up.
Yes, sir.
Over to Dr. Rupendra Gaikwad for this query.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Ma'am, how
Yes,
green
sir.
accounting technique will make the organization sustainable?
Yes, sir. Pardon, sir.
How green accounting technique can make the organization sustainable?
Green accounting makeup. Okay, so natural resources as the factors of production is the main part of the production, and natural resources is the one. And when we are protecting the natural resources, then only we can develop the economic of the even for the companies as well as for the country. if you maintain the balance between flow and without the natural resources, how can company develop, or else the economy? And moreover, we are not going to consider in our GDP the environmental part. Okay, we need to consider the environment part in our GDP. So it is more important for the company's sustainable development, protecting the environment, as our resources are coming from our mother earth. That is, natural resources are the one.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Next, I would like to invite Dr. Bebitai Sajane to present her paper on the impending perspective of digital tools to develop mathematics and science education in colleges. Yeah, do we have the next presenter here? Okay, we'll go to the next. I believe she's not here. Do we have Dr. Manisha Shinde here? Do we have Dr. Manisha Shinde? Okay. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Praful Sarangar to present his paper on a comparative study of selected e-commerce portals with relation to website traffic in post-pandemic duration. Over to you, Praful, sir.
Thank you, Vivek, sir. I'll share my screen. Yeah, is it visible, sir?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, researchers from all over India. Myself, Praful Sarangar. I'm working as an assistant professor at Institute of Management Education Research and Training. Topic for today's presentation for the research paper is a comparative study of selected e-commerce portals with relation to website traffic in post-pandemic duration. And my colleagues, Dr. Vinod Moite, Dr. Atish Zagde, and Dr. Ramesh Sardar, who have helped me in this research work. So I don't need to explain in detail what is the importance of e-commerce. Last 1.5 to 2 years, we have experienced that how e-commerce has helped all of us in various ways. Whether it is our day-to-day grocery, whether it is our vegetables, or whether it is medicines, everything was supplied during the pandemic by the e-commerce companies at our doorsteps, and that have drastically affected our life in a positive manner. If you can see the figures, the expected growth of this e-commerce companies by 2025 will be 111.40 billion all over within Indian market. So why e-commerce have grown and what is the response within India? So the first reason is the use of internet. The telecom companies who have made it affordable for the users. So the data says that by 2025, the 622 million internet users will be there, and the growth will be of around 45% growth will be there in the users of internet users. So that is the positive aspect for Indian market. What are the objectives of this study? I've selected 2 e-commerce portals, that is Amazon and Flipkart, and we are going to study these portals. First, or the second objective is to record the online traffic selected online for the selected online commerce portal in the given duration, that was during last 6 months.
Praful sir, sorry to interrupt. You need to change the slide. We are on relevance of the study.
Okay, just.
Yes, now we are on introduction objectives. Yes, sir. Okay.
So the traffic recorded on these two websites or the portals during the last 6 months post pandemic, that is from July to December 2021. And then what are the sources used for by this e-commerce portal for generating a traffic? And fourth objective is to evaluate use of social media site for increasing the online traffic by e-commerce portals. So now why this study is being conducted, and what will be the use of this study to the society? So when I have chosen these two players, definitely they are number 1 and number 2 players in Indian market. And if someone wants to set up a similar, if they want to do a startup, or when they want to start a business, this can be a role model, or this can be a yardstick that how they have done their marketing, or we can say how they have done their digital presence, or how they have utilized their traffic. So second relevance is optimum utilization of social media tools. So now there is no specific formula of success for this e-commerce companies that they will be popular in this digital era. But definitely this study of Amazon and Flipkart can be used as a parameter that what they have done and what are their figures. Third thing is integrated marketing communication through combination of traditional and modern sources of communication. So we cannot overlook the traditional ways of advertising, and we cannot fully rely on the digital things which are coming or which are already entered into the market. Research methodology studies based on secondary data, and data is collected through online and offline sources. Secondary data is referred from various websites, articles, research papers, and journals, and specifically from websites like similarweb.com, Statistica websites, and from Amazon and Flipkart websites. I have collected these figures. Now, why it is important that website traffic, there should be a traffic on your website, or more and more people should visit your traffic. So basic reason is more and more number will visit your website. The chances are there that they will buy the products from your website. If that traffic is generated, or if we promote to divert more and more traffic to our website, the chances are there that these people will buy your products. And definitely because of this good traffic, your sales will increase, or the conversion towards buying your products will increase. Now, is it that every person who is visiting the site will buy the products? No, definitely not. Some may just visit the site out of curiosity. They will see that thing and they may exit. So it depends how you have designed your website, how much attractive it is, and have you put some products which will attract the people to do impulsive buying. You see and you feel to buy that thing. So that's much of importance is there to divert the traffic to your websites, how it will be done. So again, coming back to these two companies, Amazon.in and Flipkart, purposefully Amazon.com was not considered because it is an universal website, and Amazon.in is specifically for Indian market. So if we consider the e-commerce companies category wise, Amazon.in is number 1, and second is Flipkart. And if we consider country wise rank of most popularly visited websites, Amazon comes at 6 and Flipkart comes at 11. So who are the first 5? The first 5 are mostly the social media sites like YouTube, Facebook, then WhatsApp, Twitter, and some other things. So they are the most visited websites, and Amazon comes 6th when it comes to country ranking related to the websites. Now we have recorded the traffic of last 6 months from July to December on these two websites. These are the figures in millions, where from July to December we can see the figures. So on lighter note, if you record the traffic during October to December of both this website, you'll see that the figures have increased, or the traffic have definitely increased. So what is the reason? Definitely it's a festival season, like October number Diwali, and December it is Christmas and New Year. So definitely traffic to these websites have increased, and most of the people have visited, and definitely the conversion ratio was high. Now, what are the sources through this portals? So one was the direct thing. Direct thing means people have already downloaded the app, or they know the website, and without considering anything, they have directly logged on to this website. So for Amazon, this is 55.34, and second highest thing is search. People have searched Amazon somewhere on Google or on some engine, and they went to this website. So that percentage is highest, 35.13%. Now, referrals, it is less. Through social media site, it is 5.26. So most of the thing is through direct visits, through apps or through websites, and through search, the most of the traffic is coming. Now, when it comes to promoting these websites, it can be through a natural way, which we call it as an organic way. And a second way is through paid campaigning. We need to divert the traffic to our websites. So Amazon 66.40 traffic is coming in a natural way, organic way, and 33.60 is in some paid form. Through some campaigning, through advertisement, some amount is being spent and the traffic is being diverted. But in case of Flipkart, more natural traffic is 87.18%, and paid form it is just around 12.5%. Now, when we saw some 5% of the traffic is coming through social media websites. So out of that 5%, YouTube is the most traffic generating source for Amazon as well as for Flipkart. Then it comes to Facebook, WhatsApp, and then other sources. So definitely the videos which are watched, and below that video, whatever advertisements are reflected, that attracts the people to go to that site, or whatever the products are displayed or the advertisements are displayed, that definitely attract the people to go to that site, and that is highest on YouTube. Then who are the competitors for the...
Professor, sorry to interrupt. The time is up. If you could just wrap up in the next couple of minutes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. So these findings we have already discussed during the thing. Now, for the newcomers or people who want to enter into the new business of this e-commerce, for them, suggestions. These suggestions are not for Amazon or Flipkart, but these are for the newcomers, for the new people who want to join or do the business. Building the reputation of the product is important. You have to understand the preference of target customers. Rating of your products or services need to be done, and unnecessary registration details or personal information of the customers have to be avoided. And you have to set up an analytical online store, and you have to give free listing on the Google Shopping of your products and services. So that will generate traffic to your website. So the conclusion says that, as I said, that during October to December, more traffic was there. Then organic traffic is being given more importance, and definitely paid things will help you, but the natural thing or the organic form will definitely give you more things. So that's all from my side, sir.
Yes, over to session Dr. Gaikwad for questions, if any.
Thank you, Professor Praful. You have done a very good comparative study, and you have given a very good statistics also for your secondary type of study. Still, there is some confusion in my mind by looking at two of your slides.
Yes.
One of the slides is showing that the direct reach to Flipkart is more than Amazon,
Yes.
as well as the organic searching of Flipkart is more than Amazon. Still, the conversion ratio with Flipkart is lesser than Amazon. What could be the reason?
Because early entry into the market and the international presence of Amazon, if we see that Flipkart is an Indian company, whereas Amazon has an international presence. So maybe the service which is offered or the feedback which is coming from the customers or whatever experience they have, prior experience, that can be the issue, or maybe that have pulled it down to second rank. That may be the reason.
Your study is good for study purpose, but what I feel is you can extend your study further for the sellers on Amazon and Flipkart both.
Definitely.
So that whatever the statistics you are showing and comparative study you are showing, that can be useful for the sellers, and they can do business on both the portals comfortably.
Definitely, sir.
All the best. Thank you.
Your suggestion. Thank you, sir.
Yes. Just before Praful sir, I had called for Dr. Bebitai Sazani and Dr. Manisha Shinde. Are they present here? Okay. We'll go to the next. Do we have Shirshananda Panda? Do we have Shirshananda Panda over here? Okay. Do we have Premavati Patil?
Yes, sir. I am here
Okay.
only.
Yes. So I would now like to invite Premavati Patil to present a paper on role and responsibilities of Anganwadi workers in implementation of integrated child development service scheme. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am, your presentation is visible. Please go ahead.
Hope it's visible, sir.
Yes, it is.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon, Rupendra, sir. And good afternoon, all your presenters. And I'm Premavati S. Patil, Faculty and Research Scholar, Department of Business Studies, Shanbasa University, Kalburgi. And co-author is none other than Dr. S.H. Vanalli, Professor and Dean, Department of Business Studies, Shanbasa University, Kalburgi. And today's my topic is the role and responsibilities of Anganwadi workers in implementation of Integrated Child Development Service Scheme. Come to the topic. Here, this Anganwadi is the government-sponsored child care and mother care center in India. The way started by the government itself in the year of 1975 itself only, October 2nd. This is a part of the Integrated Child Development Service, the program to combat the child hunger and the malnutrition. The Anganwadi system is mainly managed by the Anganwadi workers and also as well as the helpers. The main body is none other than the Anganwadi worker, and the helpers, she is a health worker chosen from the community and the given 4 months training in the health, nutrition, child care. And at the initial stage itself only, she may get the 30 days training program and also as well the 8 days refreshment program. And she charged the Anganwadi, which covers the population around the 1,000. And the Anganwadi worker is the main function is at the Anganwadi center itself. And the Anganwadi helpers and also as well as the...
Ma'am, sorry to interrupt, because we are still on the first slide. Have you changed the slide?
Okay, sir, sure.
Yeah.
About the introduction here.
No, we are still on the first slide, which has your name and the title of the
introduction part, sir. Hope it's visible.
No, we are still on the home slide, the first slide.
Just a minute, sir.
Just click on the slide on the edit mode.
Yes, ma'am. Now we are on slide number 6. 5 again, introduction.
Shall I start, sir?
Yes, continue, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
We are on the introduction slide now, ma'am.
Right, sir. Here itself, the Anganwadi are the India's primary tool against this scourge child malnutrition, infant mortality, and the curbing preventable disease such as polio. There is a service can also be an important tool to fight the mental and the physical disability in the children, especially in the matter of rural area. And India has the largest population of the malnutrition or the under-nurtured children. So various researchers have considerably explored many aspects of this scheme with the variable results. Both the coverage has been patchy and the difficult to compare because of the complexity involved in the wholesome approach to the service and their constitution. So this program, that is nothing but the ICDS program, launched in the year of 2nd October in the year of 1975. This ICDS project and the scheme is one of the flagship of the programs of the government of the India. So it represents the world's largest unique programs of early child care and development purpose. It is the foremost symbol of the country's commitment to its children and the nursing mothers. And let us come to the objectives of our studies, nothing but to know about the Anganwadi center. This is nothing but the ground level, how they work, how they functionaries, how they plan, execute at the time of the initial stage itself. And to study the Anganwadi workers and implementation of the integrated child development service, and to know the role in Anganwadi workers at the time of implementation of the ICDS projects, and to understand the problems and challenges faced by the Anganwadi workers at the time of implementation of this integrated child development service and scheme here. So, literature review. Before dealing the such topic, I have go through that the few literature survey. By that, the first one, B.N. Tandon, in the year of 1997, in his study reveals that there is an extreme observation in the different studies. On the other hand, commitment in knowledge and attitude and the practice of the Anganwadi workers with respect to the growth monitoring and the supplementary nutrition and the immunization are the satisfactory towards that the children also as well as the nurturing child. And the Thakre in the year of the 2011 in his study shows that the awareness about the ICDS services increases with the increased level of education. And also the same study, it indicates that the fever, anorexia with the excessive work can be a vital efficiency to the Anganwadi workers. And the main statement of the problem is nothing but here. The present intention to find the research gap between such. With the help of the existing literature survey, the research gap is identified. This is nothing but no one evidence is existing on this, what you call as the role and responsibilities. What are those roles? What are those responsibilities? How to handle such functions conducted by the ICDS project, isn't it? So these all are the responsibility towards that the Anganwadi workers. Our theme is nothing but to study the role and responsibilities of the Anganwadi workers at the time of implementation of the integrated child development service scheme. This is nothing but the ICDS projects. So the methodology is nothing but here. Totally, this paper present is based on the secondary data. This is nothing but the what you call as certain research papers, the secondary data collected from the trusted websites and the newspapers and the articles regarding the stated the topics are used. So according to the objective of this study, the research gap is using the descriptive in nature. And here, the Anganwadi worker and the implementation of integrated child development scheme, it is aims or the objective is nothing but provide an integrated package of the services towards the what you call as the children by through that their functions, their plan, or that what you call as the projects. So these services include the supplementary nutrition, immunization, medical checkups, and recommendation services, preschool and non-formal education, and the nutrition, health awareness towards the children in the area of the what you call as rural area, also as well as the urban area. The purpose of providing these services as a package is because of the each of these issues dependent on the other. So these services are provided through the Anganwadi centers established in the rural and the urban area of the particular state. So the Anganwadi workers in the main functionaries at the Anganwadi center And she is the, what you call as, she is the pillar, she is the backbone towards the functions rendered by the particular ICDS project. So it is the what you call as the imperative that Anganwadi workers must perform her duty with the sincerity and they have the such responsibility towards the both that what you call as the, she should maintain the children also as well as the such functions rendered by the what you call as the CDPO members or what you call as the ICDS project members. So here, what are the roles and responsibilities they should handle by the Anganwadi workers and also as well as the helpers? So the first one is nothing but to elicit the community support and the participation in the running the program, and to weight the each child every month, to record the weight graphically on the growth card, use the referral card and referral card for the referring cases for the mothers and the children to the sub centers or etc. here to maintain the child cards for the children below 6 years or under the 6 years and produce these cards before the visiting medical and the paramedical personnel. And here to carry out the quick survey for all the families, especially the mother and the children, those families in their respective area of the work once in a year. If they may get chance towards the twice in a year, then also she may take the fruitful information in that the particular family when she is ready to visit that. And here to organize the non-formal preschool activities in the Anganwadi of children in the group of 3 to 6 years of age, and to help the designing, work making of toys and the play equipment indigenous origin for use the Anganwadi. In here itself, the government, they are ready to give the toys or a play kit indirectly towards what you call as the through that the functions or the plans rendered by the ICDS. Through this scheme, through this projects, they are ready to give the n number of services, n number of caretakers towards the Anganwadi centers. And here, some of the problems and challenges faced by the Anganwadi workers, even though helpers also at the time of implementation of these projects. The first one is the lack of education and training. Here itself, we find at the initial stage itself only here, they are ready to
I'm sorry to interrupt. The time is up. You need to conclude, wrap up in the next.
Sure, sir. Sure.
Yes.
Here itself, the Anganwadi centers need to strengthen in the structure and supplies of the Anganwadi workers. They need to be given more in service educational program. They have the such quality too. They should develop through giving the what you call as taking the best training program provided by the such ICDS program. I mean to say they are ready to provide the 30 days program, and the workers also as well as what you call as the helpers, they should take the fruitful information, the fruitful training given by the ICDS members. So overall 22 centers are available in that the particular state. So it's a totally responsibility towards that the not only the ICDS members or the CDPOs members, total it's a depend on or a responsibility towards that the Anganwadi workers and also as well as the helpers. On behalf of that, they are ready to render the services. They are like a portfolio manager, isn't portfolio manager between that the government and children. I mean to say here as a Anganwadi. So this is our topic, and thank you, sir. Thank you, one and all.
Yes, over to Dr. Gaikwad for his questions.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Prema Madam, that you have rightly pointed out the role, responsibilities, problems, as well as challenges faced by the Anganwadi workers. I would like to ask you one question: that what sort of technology can make the life of these Anganwadi workers easier?
Sir, it's a technology or related to the workers or else the children, sir?
No, whatever the problems and challenges are faced by Anganwadi workers,
yes,
to
sir,
make their life easier, can we introduce any technology into their working system?
They already introduced the one technology, sir. I mean to say here, recent itself, only last June itself, they are ready to provide the one smartphone towards the Anganwadi workers, sir. Anganwadi workers, through that they are ready to update the day-to-day what do you call as the information related to the such functions or plans towards the CDPO, sir. Child development, women
if it is already implemented, what is
yes,
the
sir.
effectivity of it?
Hello.
What is the effectivity of it?
Somehow, sir, I mean the qualification is nothing but only a 10th standard, sir. eligibility to, isn't it? And sir, some candidates, they are know about how to utilize such a smartphone, sir, apps, vagera vagera. And those who completed such a degree or a PG, they are ready to use in a well manner, sir. And one more thing is, sir, 30 days training program they are ready to conduct, sir. In overall state, 22 centers are there, sir.
Have you taken any primary study also, or only secondary?
No, sir. No, sir. Before choosing this is my PhD topic also, sir. Before going to deal that, I have visited 2-3 centers, sir, in rural area.
Okay.
But present studies go through that only based on the secondary data, sir. But I have knowledge related to the primary data. Because of that, I have visited, sir, 2-3 Anganwadi centers.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, one and all.
Yes, ma'am. Can you stop staring?
Just a minute, sir.
Yes. Okay. Again, I would like to take the names of those who are not present earlier. Do we have Dr. Bebitai Sachne over here? Okay. Do we have Dr. Manisha Shinde? Is anyone going to present on their behalf? Do we have Sirshananda Panda? Okay, do we have, so I would like to invite the next presenter, B.V. Pushpa ma'am, to present her paper on Atal Pension Yojana, a scenario analysis. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Is the screen visible, sir?
Ma'am, your presentation is visible. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm Pushpa Baby, presenting the topic on Atal Pension Yojana, a scenario analysis of its applicability in India, along with my co-author and my research guide, Dr. N.S. Vishwanath, Professor in Marketing Economics and Director General in Birla Institute of Management. World Economic Forum states healthy pension systems contribute positively towards creating a stable and prosperous economy. 3 key areas need to be addressed are to provide safety net pension to all, improve ease of access to a well-managed, cost-effective and efficient retirement plans, and support initiatives to increase the contribution rates. The basic need of an individual is not only at every point of time, but also across time. An individual income is split into income and savings, and he faces financial risk and longevity risk, which can be overcome only through effective pension and retirement planning. The availability of money in post-retirement phase of life is critical to every individual. The share of formal sector in total employment is 9.98%, that is, less than 10% of the total population gets a pension benefit linked to CPI. There are several policy measures taken up by the government to benefit the private sector or unorganized sector employees. Atal Pension Yojana is one such scheme, but it has received a lukewarm response from common citizens in India. There are several apprehensions need to be addressed based on returns, based on the inadequacy of pension amount received and the real value. Hence, this study is taken up to unearth the implications of APY for all common citizens. Though India was the first Southeast Asian country to launch social security programs, including the EPF, the ESI, and the EPS, now, however, there is a gradual collapse of traditional old age support mechanism with a rise in elderly population. There is a need to strengthen formal channels of retirement savings. The collective action from policymakers and industry stakeholders will ensure better benefits to every individual. The challenge to the government is to make sufficient adequate social security benefits and old age income security reach all individuals. There are variants of schemes offered by the government to unorganized workforce in India, from EPF to the National Pension Scheme to Atal Pension Yojana, Pradhan Mantri Vai Vandana Yojana, Shram Yogi Mandan Yojana, the Senior Citizens Savings Scheme, etc. APY is for all individuals who have a bank account and an Aadhaar verification aged between 18 to 40 years. The 3 key benefits claimed are the monthly guaranteed pension, lifelong pension for spouse after the death of the subscriber, and the corpus that will be returned to the nominee once the death of the spouse. with a mere contribution of rupees 42 or rupees 210, an assured monthly pension benefit of 1,000 or 5,000 is to be paid. Coming on to the basic statistics of the scheme, the gender gap in participation is very low, 43:56% female and male ratio. Majority of the subscribers to the scheme as of 2020, it is 21 to 25 years, followed by 24 to 30 years. 72.85% of subscribers who have enrolled have opted for a mere 1,000 rupees pension, and the large enrollments have come under public sector banks, followed by regional rural banks and private sector banks. There are several apprehensions, limitations, as the literature review papers have identified in the design architecture, the low value of corpus accumulated, the real value of pension returns to be very low, and no inflation indexation also. Hence, the study has contributed in development of a theoretical construct which generalizes the state of public contributory pension in India. The purpose of the paper is to see how pension can contribute to all classes of people, the bottom line, the middle line, and the upper class of income class. The intention is to earn, consume, and save, and this differs among all the classes. So the study is relating to identifying and addressing the apprehensions made against the scheme, the low returns guaranteed and the inadequacy of returns, the size of the pension over a longer time and its real value. The objective of the study was to critically dissect APY in terms of returns and to find out possible reasons for its non-acceptance based on the developed scenarios. The design of the study was formulated by developing critical scenarios based on the return on investment by a laborer in organized and unorganized sector. The scenarios are developed based on the profile of laborers, based on the compatibility of the plan, 18 to 40 years of age. The laborers are divided into categories based on percentile income. The data collected on Q sampling method from 92 respondents based on their demographic profile, income, consumption, and savings are taken into consideration, and the figures are superimposed on APY to get the final results. The total savings and the pension savings function was carried out using ANOVA, linear and nonlinear model, gave us the important parameters, significant parameters of total income, consumption, number of dependents, earning members in the family, and number of savings instrument used as significant factors influencing with a p-value less than 5%. The data analysis is done in 4 phases: demographic characteristics, consumption pattern, savings pattern, which led us to draw scenarios based on the lifestyle of individuals. Coming to the demographic factors, out of 92 respondents, the average age group of respondents was 32. I think that's the right age for any individual to settle down on his job, earn sufficient income, and provide for short-term as well as long-term well-being of the family. And he can appropriately attribute his savings into several investment instruments also. The gender mix is 68-38. The average size of the family comes to 4. An average number of dependents in the family is 2. An average number of earners is 2. Majority of them are in urban area, graduates, and the total income comes to 49,581 rupees. Our data on consumption pattern, we've collected data ranging from the basic, the food and the incidental expenses, to rent and the lease expenses, utility, travel expenses, mortgage, credit card payment, etc. And all are significant at less than 5% level of significance. The savings instruments are into the residential house, insurance plan, equity shares, bank deposits, NSC, gold and jewelry, except for SESS and PMVVY, all are significant at 5% level of significance. These 2 schemes are applicable for citizens beyond 60 years of age. Based on the demographic profile, the revelations given by the primary data, we were able to construct scenarios taking into consideration not only the demographic, income, consumption, and saving pattern, but also the lifestyle of an individual influencing choice of investment or the preference, intention to save for short-term or long-term mode. The assumptions used here are, the scenarios are constructed for the age group of respondents 24, 29, 34, and 40 years, constructed for 2 slabs of pension amount opted, rupees 1,000 and rupees 5,000. Contribution per month and vesting period is directly taken from the APY manual. The life expectancy assumed is 80 and NPV is calculated assuming 5% rate of return, and return on corpus transfer to the nominee is not considered for the study. An attempt was made to calculate the net present value of combinations based on the age of the investor and the vesting period. If an investor is 24-year-old, opts for 1,000 rupees pension after 60 years, he would contribute for 36 years, 70 rupees regularly, monthly contribution. When we calculate net present value of that, then it comes just to rupees 135. Whereas a 40-year-old person entering into the scheme, opting for 1,000 rupees pension, contributes for next 20 years, the net present value comes just to rupees 268. Similarly, when it comes to 5,000 rupees, it is 673 rupees to 1,338. When we have calculated the recovery rate of this present value real rate on the consumption pattern, it hardly comes to 0.38% to 1.9% for a 24-year-old who is entering into at a higher income level class of 48,000 rupees. Whereas at a lower level of income of 10,000 rupees, the recovery rate comes to 1.66% to 8.3%. For an individual who is at 40, a lower level of income of 28,000, the recovery rate is just hardly 1.32% to 6.66%. When we have taken the mediating factors as number of earning members in the family and the number of dependents, taking number of earning members in the family, higher the earning members in the family, the better the capacity to earn, save, as well as invest. Okay, at the age of 29 years, keeping one earning member in the family, the rate of recovery is hardly between 0.59% to 0.69%. If he is contributing for 1,000 rupees pension, the recovery comes to 2.97% to 6.58%, 8.29% at two earning members in the family. If at 24 years with four dependents, four earning members in the family, the rate of recovery is 0.38% or 1.91% respectively, based on 1,000 rupees or 5,000 rupees pension contribution. And based on number of dependents, if the mediating factor is the number of dependents in the family.
Ma'am, sorry to interrupt, your time is up. If you could just wrap up in the next minute.
Yes, sir. So the rate of recovery hardly starts from 1.7% to 3.7%. So to conclude here, the demographic profile of the above average consumer, he intends to save for asset creation in a short term. He does this by going into for a combination of mutual funds, equity shares, and insurance plans. The pension plans have yielded less value in real terms. Along with this, the uncertainty of long-term duration haunts them in investing in pension plans. Definitely participation is necessary on different saving schemes, but without proper inflation protection or optimum investment mix, APY or any scheme, pension scheme, will not be positioned better in the minds of individuals. So the study has its implications on organization settings to policymakers as well as regulators. The regulatory authorities should work in tandem in order to better position these products. Better promotion and penetration is required. The pension returns have to be in real value, justifiable for the contribution to be made in order to create not only adequate return, adequate corpus, but also sustainable well-being of an individual in a longer term. Because there is a difference in the demographic profile, the same instrument cannot cater to the needs of lower middle class, upper middle class, or higher income group. The bottom level income group people, they focus mainly on protection, meeting food and incidental requirements. The middle level group, they focus mainly on accessing the durables. Okay, and the upper level or income level class, they don't even look into for pension products because of very meager returns that they are able to earn. When we have conducted the study on net present value, the IRR of the schemes, the returns comes just hardly 7.65%, but the claimed returns is more than 9%. There is a disparity here, and the scheme is not reaching all the individuals. It is not only lack of awareness, but the differential returns and low rate of real return. So the scope for further research can be a detailed panel study can be conducted in order to bring in a link the transcendental functions between individual and aggregate functions of consumption and savings behavior, or a feasibility study to analyze a reliable marketing strategies to revive the pension market can be taken up, because the lifestyle also influences contribution and choice of savings instrument. Thank you.
Yes, over to you, Dr. Gaikwad, for your query.
Thank you, Dr. Pushpa. We really came to know the insights of Atal Pension Yojana today. We also learned from your presentation that the subscription to Atal Pension Yojana is very less. First of all, what are the reasons for that? Number two, how can we improve it? Number three, which technology will help to improve it?
Sir, actually, there are proposals given to PFRDA by several investment classes. Two proposals. One is the pension offered, the income slabs are just 1,000 to 5,000 rupees. That is hardly anything for an individual to maintain his standard of living post-retirement. And that too, we are talking about 36 years of investing. 40 years, after 40 years, 5,000 rupees in real value is hardly 500 rupees, sir, not even 500. So there are proposals given to them to increase the slab levels by increasing the contribution rate also. And the main reason that the PFRDA is giving up is hardly people do not even say 42 rupees a month, 200 rupees a month. If the amount is to be increased, contribution levels will have to be increased. Majority of them will not take up the scheme. But out of my study, we could easily make out that it is not the main apprehension is not awareness or lack of participation. The main intention is the people are ready for short-term investment rather than going into for long-term pension savings. That is one reason. Second thing is the product is not positioned well in the minds of the people, especially with the unorganized sectors. There are a lot of reforms, policy reforms that are required in order to bring in more penetration and more positioning of such products.
Okay, thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir.
Over to you,
Yes, I'll just read the names of those who were not present earlier. In case they are present, we could have their presentation. Do we have Dr. Bebitai Sazane, Dr. Manisha Shinde? Do we have Sirshananda Panda? Okay, I would just like to have a word with the convener to decide what call to take, because we still have time for the valedictory session. So I would just have a quick word with the convener. Yeah, so yes, so I have had a word with the convener. She's just getting back to me on this. But again, in case one of these presenters is there, I would again take their names. Dr. Babita Sajni, Dr. Manisha Shinde, Sirshananda Panda. If any one of you are here, please notify me immediately. Dr. Babita Sajni, Dr. Manisha Shinde, Sirshananda Panda. Yes, we are just checking whether they have accidentally joined other breakout rooms. So I'm waiting for instructions from the convener. I have already had a word with her. Yes, so I've just got a confirmation from our convener. These three presenters are not there in other breakout rooms also. So, I mean, if the participants wish to leave this meet right now, they may, and you may join back latest by 4:25 for the valedictory session, which will start at 4:30. So, yes, these were the instructions from on behalf of the convener.
Thank you, Vivek sir. Thank you all presenters, and thank you the audience also.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, so as I just mentioned a few minutes ago, the participants, if they wish to leave the meet right now, they may, and you may join again latest by 4:25 p.m. for the valedictory session, which will begin at 4:30.
I humbly request all the participants to join back at 4:30 for award ceremony and valedictory session. Thank you.
Welcome to IFERP, a forum where innovations and research interest could be supported and developed, prioritizing our mutual interest. In this video, we want you to dive into our world, giving yourself a clear insight into IFERP. But first, who are we and what do we do? Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP for short, is one of the world's largest non-profitable professional associations operating under the Techno-Elite Research and Development Association, TRADA, meant for research and development in the field of engineering, science and technology. We are one of the largest professional bodies for engineering professionals in India and across the globe, established in 2014. We extend to every part of the globe with more than 28,000 professional members and 34,000 student members. Our growing membership at IFERP has led to an increase in members from Europe, Asia, Australia, Africa and the USA, fostering networking opportunities that strengthen ties within and across countries and technical communities. The mission of IFERP is to connect professionals at an integrated platform for growth to divert knowledge and skills towards the sustainable application of professional education and more. And our vision of digitalizing innovation processes through our professional networking services and more has pushed us forward to our achievements today. With our mission to make our academic services reach the top and grassroots level of institutions, we are funding colleges to organize conferences and scientific events, enabling researchers incubated at different areas of our country to directly contribute towards the transformation of India. IFERP simply connects engineers, exchange global innovation, and acts as a bridge between researchers and academics by organizing international conferences, world conferences, faculty development programs, webinars, seminars, providing membership, and more. Some of our conferences include WCASET Malaysia, WCASET Jakarta, ICAS ETAM APU Malaysia, and many more. We've also organised scientific events in association with renowned universities done in the past, with over 28,593 journal publication services, creating opportunities to get your research paper published in high impact factor journals such as Scopus Indexed, Web of Science, Google Scholar Index journals, ESCI, UGC approved, L Compandax, ISI, Chimago Index journals, and many more. To make our operations smoother and more perfect, we have been supported by our associated organisation, Association of Cloud Technologists, Global Association of Nanotechnology, International Association for Big Data Analysts, International Association for IoT, International Wireless Network Association, and World Association for Structural Engineers. We have also worked alongside several clients and partners both nationally and internationally like University Malaysia Sabah, APU Malaysia, UNJ Jakarta, MC University Thailand, Ajman University Dubai, PUP Philippines, IIUM Malaysia, ISU Philippines, FCPC Philippines, WCC Philippines SRM University, Galgotia University, Amity University, and much more government and private organizations in different countries. At IFERP, we believe that there's always a better way to treat professionals, and that is what we do. If you would like to see more or go deeper on IFERP, you can visit our website at www.iferp.in.
Okay, is the video visible and audible as well?
Yes, ma'am. Oh, it's not audible, but it is visible.
ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಅವ್ರ ಮುಖ ಕಾಣ್ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ
Very good evening, everyone. Am I
Good
audible?
evening. Good evening.
Yeah.
Audible, madam.
We expect to start in next 2 minutes of time. Our valedictory session guest will be joining in a while. Please stay tuned to the international conference. I'm really thankful to all of them for your wholehearted participation throughout the conference day 1 and day 2.
Anushri, can you hear? Anushri?
Yes.
Anushri?
Yes, sir. I request you to please switch on the video. Am I speaking with Dr. Milind Jagtap, sir?
Anushri?
Yes, sir.
येतंय का मनीषा जगताप नावाला असेल तिथं?
हो आलेला आहे. Good evening, Dr. Milind, sir.
Hello.
Yes, now you are audible, sir.
Audible. Okay.
If you require, you can switch on your video also, if your connectivity permits so.
Okay. झाला ना
व्हिडिओ ऑन करायचं ना. Very good evening, sir. How are you?
Fine, very good evening. I have less range, so I will do video unmute. Is it okay?
Yeah, you can switch off the video, not a problem, sir.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, so are we good to go ahead, sir?
Yes.
Okay. So, dear participants, today we have the august presence of Dr. Miling Jagtap, sir. And no, we are very fortunate to have him on the conference today. As I mean, we call him as an institutional mentor and a personality who has been a businessman, an author, and a businessman, an academician, and a guide to all to educational institutes. So we really admire Dr. Miling Jagtap, sir, and he's a MD. He's a managing director and chief mentor of Soft Hard Automation Private Limited. So he actually belonged to a poor family background, and his father was very poor also. He reached a very good level of managing director in a sugar factory in a very short span of time period. But when he decided to start his own business, everyone in the family opposed him, and it presumed that a Marathi person, Marathi people, Mulga, we can say, cannot do business, and if any person wants to start his own business, he won't even succeed. So his father opposed him to do any business, but the discussion went for a month, and month thereafter, finally he resigned from his job, and thereafter he said, okay, he will be starting his own business and will succeed surely, and if not, then he will resign, or he will rejoin a job. So he started his organization way back in 1994, when the capital initially was only 20,000. And today the capital to 20,000 has become 200 crore in just 20 years of time period. So this 2023 magical figures from 20,000 to 200 crores and in 20 years certainly is very admirable and very insightful. This was only because of power of innovation and technology. And he says that if you want to have high profits in business, you must be innovative. If you do not innovate, then you have to be satisfied with very low profit margin, be very competitive, and struggle for each rupee. So he recommend all the new entrepreneurs to be innovative. In a short while, we can say that or he says that the story of innovation, how he succeeded in a business in spite of everyone opposing, and what the power of innovation is. The older that he would have got in 100 years, he got the first day of starting his business. The first order he got was from the richest corporate of India, having rupees 5 lakh crore turnover. He gave his first order to Dr. Miling Jagtap, sir, on the first day of formation of his organization, although it was all the way new business. And he was the only employee in his own organization. And he started his office actually in one room of his own house. He had the power of innovation. Hitachi and Tata group of companies gave him the first order. The corporate Tata group of companies was his first client, and Bombay House, where Ratan Tata sits today, and Mr. J.R.D. Tata earlier used to sit in the building automation, was first job for which the replacement of Hitachi technology was entirely replaced. Hitachi was in JV with Tata to manufacture high-end chillers. For 4 years, Tata Group was trying to develop a replacement for another Hitachi technology by microcomputer-based embedded systems, and he did all the wonders there. So with innovation, he replaced many of the technologies in DRDO, and he is the main vendor for replacement of German and Switzerland technologies. He is the only vendor in India with approved technology in missiles and many important technologies where secrecy is to be maintained. The Bhabha Atomic Center, ISRO, Prime Minister's House are all his clients. Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji's bedroom temperature he controls from his mobile and so on. So we have made 10 lakh. So likewise, he has made 10 lakh installations in 20 years. So this is how he made 200 crores in 20 years from rupees 20,000. Today, we find we are very fortunate to have him on board. And I humbly request Dr. Milind Jagtap sir to please take over the charge and begin with the valedictory session. Thank you so much, sir. Over to you. I request Dr. Milind Jagtap sir to please unmute and take over the charge.
Very good evening to all the conference participants and my fellow professors. Anushri, can you hear?
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Good evening. Okay.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yes. Okay. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. Very good evening to all the conference participants and my fellow professors. First of all, let me take this opportunity to congratulate each of you for the successful conduct of the international conference. I would also like to congratulate Best Paper Award winners and Best Presentation Award winners. The teamwork, consistent efforts on improving the research work and perfect planning have turned out into a grand success of IMERT. The dedication of IFERP was also equally notable. Their teamwork, strategic planning acted as a strong foundation to build the tower of successful international conference. I hereby take the opportunity to IMERT team to organize more and more such conferences, seminars, workshops in future as well. I convey my best wishes to all the participants for the publication process. And I wish we should try to develop the best entrepreneurs from our institutes and other students, other college students also. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind and motivated words. Now, next, I welcome Mr. Siddhit Kumar, founder and managing director of Technorate Group. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, madam. Good evening. Good evening, all. On behalf of IFERP and IMERT, it has been my immense pleasure to thank all the speakers, committee members, session chairs, delegates, and participants of the international conference and digital transformation, a strategic approach towards sustainable development. Organized by Institute of Management, Education, Research and Training, Pune, Maharashtra, and IFERP. The participants were very enthusiastic. We have been fortunate to have the eminent person from academia. I am sure that the participant must have benefited by attending this conference. I am thankful to all the participants of this conference for these presence, even on the COVID-19 pandemic situation. I am very much thankful to these eminent delegates from IMERT who helped in making this conference a grand success. I sincerely thank our chief patron, Shri S.D. Ganesh, President MMM Trust, and Prime B.G. Jadhav, Executive President MMM Trust, and K.H. Mungale, Honorary Secretary MMM Trust. Next, I would like to thank our patron, Dr. Milind Jagtap, Institute Mentor IMERT, Dr. Jitendra Bhandari, Director IMERT, our chief guest, Dr. Sanjay Mali, Principal and National Insurance Academy, and my beloved Rudrabhanu Satpathy, CEO of IFERP. My special thanks to our keynote speakers, Dr. Abhay Kumar, Vice Chancellor, Pratap University, Jaipur, Dr. Deepak Tandon, Professor and Finance and Accounting, Programming Director, Center of Advanced Banking and International Management Institute, New Delhi, Professor Seth Akutson, University Professor and Harvard-trained entrepreneurship, Andrago, Nile University, Nigeria. I am thankful to the convener, Professor C.S. Anushri Satpute, Assistant Professor, IMERT, and co-convener, Professor Chaitrali Kale, Assistant Professor, IMERT. I take this opportunity to thank all the session chairs, conveners, steering committees, chair steering committees, members, organizing committees, members, national and international advisory committee members, reviewer, and technical committee comments in time and help towards the improvement of quality of papers presented in this conference. I thank all the speakers and the delegates for their enthusiastic participants in this conference, and I'm sure that the participants must have benefited by attending this conference. And each of this dimension cannot happen overnight. The wheels start rolling months in advance. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team, very motivated and dedicated staff, committees, and volunteers. I cannot thank everyone enough for the involvement they have shown on the willingness they have expressed to take the complete of tasks beyond their comfort zone. Finally, I acknowledge the unwavering support received from MERT, IFERP staff members, and IFEP members. My thanks also go to all the people who have given their precious time in organizing this valuable conference and made this successful one. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, sir, for your words of wisdom. Really mean a lot for us. And the entire association with IFERP and the Technorate group was turned out to be into a grand success of conference, which was lined up on a time-to-time basis. And it is conducted without any hassles. And in this pandemic, with certain uncertainties in respect to the technology as well, we really found it conducting the conference in a nicely manner without any technical glitches as well. So very much thank you the technical team of IFERP as well. Now we move ahead to award declaration ceremony, which is we are all eagerly waiting. And the 2 days of the research conference and the presentations now will be turning out into the best paper. Here we declare 18 awards. Likewise, in 2 days, we had 3 consecutive and simultaneously parallel sessions on technical session 1, 2, and 3, having again breakout room in A and B. Likewise, on each day, we had 3 presentations divided into 2 breakout rooms further. So likewise, we completed 9 total sessions. Each session, we will be declaring 2 awards. One is as Best Presenter Award, Paper Presenter Award, and another is Best Paper Award. I request our institutional mentor, Dr. Milind Jagtap sir, to declare the awards. I will be sharing a screen, and just Dr. Milind Jagtap sir would be reading it aloud, and they will be declaring the award winners. So I request Dr. Milind Jagtap sir to take over, and I request him to allow me to share the screen as well. Dr. Milind Jagtap sir, are you there?
Yes, Anushri.
Yes, I'll be sharing a screen, and I'm requesting you to declare the awards.
Okay.
All the participants will be receiving their certificates in next 3 working days of time period. Similarly, the award winners will also receive another certificate or the e-memento in next 3 days of time period. Okay, give me a minute's time, please, to share the award winners list. I solicit your patience for a minute, please. Is the screen visible?
Yes.
Dr. Milind Jagtap sir, kindly declare the awards.
Yes, technical session 1, na?
Yes, sir.
Best paper award goes to a study of financial inclusion through Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana in banking sector, presented by Chaitrali Kale.
Thank you so much. And Chaitrali Kale, congratulations. Then you can read out the next one, best paper presentation award, sir. Here at the
Best, yes. Best presentation, best paper presentation award goes to crisis mitigation strategies adopted by IT companies during COVID-19 pandemic, presented by Dr. Shubhangi Ramaswamy. Congratulations, Madam Ramaswamy, Madam. Now next, technical session. First A, best paper award goes to what drives foreign capital flows.
Ma'am, hello.
Yes, Vijaya ma'am.
Ma'am, this sugarcane crop yield prediction paper presented me, Vijaya Hukre, not Anshul.
Sorry, which one?
Sugarcane crop yield prediction.
Okay, there must be a problem. I will get back to you, ma'am.
Presented me, ma'am, Vijaya Hukre. Vijayatai Hukre.
Let me see that. It was presented by Anshul Huda that day, ma'am?
No, sir. No, ma'am. Me, Vijayatai Hukre. And also correct.
Okay, but you presented, but the main author is Anshul Huda. Is it right, ma'am?
Yeah.
And that's what his name appears there, ma'am. Sorry for the no mentioning, because we mentioned the main author's name, and you are the co-author. Congratulations to you too. That's why we have mentioned Anshul Huda and team.
Okay.
Congratulations, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Over to Dr. Milind Jagtap, sir.
Yes, next award is technical session 1A. So best paper award goes to what drives foreign capital flows. This aggregation analysis of gross capital inflows to advanced and emerging economies, presented by Akshay
Sakharkar, sir.
Sakharkar. Congratulations, Akshay. And next technical session, best paper presentation award goes to the opportunity analysis of carbon credit trading for developing world a case study presented by Professor Soumya Sirsali.
Congratulations, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you,
Congratulations,
madam. Thank you.
Next award is technical session 1B. The best paper award goes to support vector machine for real-time analysis of bright rock and structures, presented by N. Leo Bright Tennyson. Congratulations, N. Leo.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
And the best paper presentation award goes to sugarcane crop yield prediction using machine learning algorithm for western region of Maharashtra, presented by Anshul Huda and team.
Here I congratulate Vijaya ma'am also.
Congratulations, Anshul and Vijaya madam. Okay.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
So next is technical session 2A. The best paper.
Sir, we forgot to mention technical session 2 here.
Okay. Technical session 2. Best. Best paper award, na?
Right.
Best paper award goes to agriculture models, a sustainability approach and the way forwarded for rural economy of India, presented by Miss Gunjan Bhojwani. Congratulations, Gunjan.
Congratulations, Gunjan.
And the best presentation award goes to smart production using IIoT, presented by Mr. Aniruddha Budhankar.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations, Aniruddha.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I'm honored. Thank you.
It's all right. Best paper award for technical session 2A goes to from economic crisis to physical crisis, increasing usage of social media and over the top media amidst the COVID-19 crisis, presented by Dr. Shilpa Dev. Congratulations,
Thank you,
Shilpa
sir.
Madam.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And best presentation award goes to social networking sites, a lean recruitment tool award, tool towards digital transformation of sustainable development by Dr. Atish Zagde. Congratulations, Atish.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, organizing team.
And technical session 2B, the best paper award goes to Basel norms and differential performance of banks in India, a study of post-liberalization period 1991 to 2020, presented by Mendal Manjunath Shankar.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, organizers.
Thank you. And the best paper, best presentation award goes to the state of innovation and the entrepreneurship in India, a post-pandemic biometric analysis, presented by Dr. Gautam Bapat. Congratulations, Gautam.
Last session, sir, 3.
Technical session 3, the best paper award goes to implementation of enterprises knowledge management and its impact on the key business process by perspective by Dr. Rachna Shikre.
Congratulations,
Thank
Dr.
you.
Rachna Shikre.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Congratulations, Shikre. And best presentation award goes to a competitive study of selected e-commerce portals with relation to website traffic in post-pandemic duration by Praful Sarandar. Congratulations, Praful.
Technical session 2A and 2B, sir.
Yes. So technical session 3A, the best paper award goes to virtual tourism as the modern market tool for sustainable development, presented by Pooja R. Congratulations, Pooja.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And the best presentation award goes to customer purchase intention on computer hardware and peripheral, an introspective study presented by Bhavya N. Congratulations, Bhavya.
Sir, last one, please.
Yes. Next, technical session 3B. Best paper award goes to cluster analysis, application of K-means and algorithm clustering for customer segmentation, presented by Dr. Prajakta Varle. Congratulations,
Thank you so
Prajakta.
much. Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
And the best presentation award goes to influence of education outcomes and students' employability talents on the outlook of employing organization, presented by Professor Kaveri. Congratulations, Kaveri.
Congratulations to all the best paper award winners and best paper presentation award winners. Really, thank you for participating in the international conference. And I heartiest congratulations to all for happy publication as well post this conference. The entire review process will begin tomorrow onwards. Not tomorrow, tomorrow we'll take break. And the day after tomorrow, the entire review process will start and will commence, and we will get back to you as and when we require a paper to be reviewed. And later on, we expect to have a happy publication and a stress-free, hassle-free publication very soon. I sincerely thanks Dr. Milind Jagtap sir for his august presence here today and for declaring the awards of best participants for the paper and best paper presenters as well. With this, I declare end of the conference today. We have come to the end of the international conference, and we wish to connect with you in near future as well in very soon, as we will be coming up with one more international conference in the month of September in association with IFERP. Again, well, it's for international conference, but before that, we will surely meet for case study workshop, which will be organized in the month of June end or say July first week. I sincerely thank all the participants, and this forum is now open to those a few of the participants who would like to share their feedback as well regarding the entire conduct of the international conference. The forum is open for all to contribute. May I request somebody from our participant to share his thought process on the same?
May I, madam?
Yes, Prajakta Rai, ma'am.
Yes. First of all, let me thank you, Anushri ma'am, for providing me opportunity to provide my feedback about the conference. Well, the conference was really a great success. Congratulate to whole team of IMERT and also Technorate group for successfully organizing this virtual conference. The theme of the conference itself was a very contemporary, like digital transformation and a strategic approach towards sustainable development. So because of this very contemporary theme, I could see there was a very, a good participation. A good number of participants were there for the international conference, and from national as well as I think from international also there was a good number of participants. So that was really good. And in the morning, I could Professor Dr. Jitendra Bhandari, sir, he gave the address. Dr. Sudhakar M, IQAC coordinator, Dr. Rupendra Gaikwad sir, Dr. Anushri ma'am, like the whole team, they have taken so much of efforts and they have made this event a grand success. So thank you once again, and thank you for giving the best paper award. Thankful for all the organizing team. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Dr. Atish Zagde, you have raised your hand. Would you like to say something?
Yes, ma'am. So thank you for giving me this opportunity. I think so, Vishwanath sir. Okay, now he is mute.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm here.
No, actually, you were talking something and we were listening to you, sir, in between. So we thought we should not listen to your private talks. So we muted yourself.
Okay. Shall I speak now?
Yes, sir, for sure.
Yes,
but
yes.
let Atish sir complete his words first.
Yes,
because he was
I did be there. I was there for yesterday and today. I was present all through. And I also made some comments about some papers, and I think the paper presenters have taken it in the right way. And more important, I noticed the way the entire conference has been organized. I would appreciate the entire team of IMERT for their excellent presentation and conduct of the conference, minute to minute. Another point I noticed is there were no technical snags at all. There were some hiccups. Barring those hiccups, which is quite normal in any national or international conferences. But I appreciate the way entire conference was conducted. The professionalism, the way the people responded to our scholars, not only just my scholars, all other scholars too, and the way you people have evaluated without any bias will stand very high at the level at which I would like to praise you people. And the same level of unbiasedness, the same level of objectivity, I would request you to continue as the base of conducting more conferences. My great appreciation for every one of you, presenters, paper scholars, for everyone who made this, and this is an excellent team. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. And we would love to have a long-term association with you as well.
For sure.
Your guidance would certainly help us. Because your guidance will certainly help us a lot in research work. As you were my mentor for the presentation, I really could do a lot much into research considering your suggestions.
Oh, so nice of you.
Thank you, sir.
It's always, again, it's mutual learning. I learned a lot.
Yes, sir. Certainly true. Can we move to Dr. Atish Zagde, sir, then?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So a quick feedback. I pretty much, resonate with the earlier speakers. The way the conference was organized was actually flawless. We have gone through the pre-pandemic phase, where we have attended conferences offline. So rather, I feel that, conducting an offline conference is rather pretty much in our control, but conducting a virtual conference is really a daunting task. But kudos to the organizing team. And it was really appreciable to all those jury members for giving a patient listening, having a variety of topics and the different presenters who were there. So thank you once again, and it was really a great privilege to be part of this conference.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. So with this, we would end up the conference. I wish all the best to everyone, the participants, for happy publication. And I thank my management team for giving me this opportunity to convene international conference and to interact with such eminent personalities and such educationists as well, the doctors. And I would learn a lot in Weidman by taking their guidance and suggestions for my research work. So I'm really thankful to all the participants, and I wish them a happy and healthy life in future as well. And we'll connect again in near future. We'll be taking your contact numbers very soon from organizers, and then we will be connecting you in future for the review process and for the upcoming all the events of IMERT. Wish you have a very good success. Thank you so much. Now I request technical team to end up the meeting. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now, yeah, again, one more and last but not the least, and this list will not be ending without having his name. I'm sure I should mention. I must mention is Mr. Sudhakar sir. His continuous support helped me a lot and helped IMERT in organizing. He was such an angel person to the IFERP and IMERT as well, for planning the ideas, scheduling everything, and taking all the minute care about about the time bound activities and about each and every calls to the respondents, the participants, and everything. His dedication and commitment toward works was completely flawless and outstanding. And I really thank Sudhakar sir for having your association with IMERT. Thank you so much, sir. With this, I also thank IMERT and IFERP and IMERT entire team for their flawless contribution towards success of this international conference.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, Mr. Showman.
Yes, just I have one question if there is no problem.
Yes, sir.
I want to ask the whole paper for all who's sharing and accept in conference will go for publishing, or just the top paper who selected?
We will be going under review process. So
Okay.
the process review of process will be there for next 2 months of time period. During that, we are going to review your papers in terms of your quality to get published at Scopus journals, and accordingly we will get back to you, and we will try to improve your quality of your research paper accordingly, so that we will sure that your paper will get published in Scopus journals.
Okay, ma'am. And certificate will we receive this week, or certificate?
Sorry.
Certificate
You will be receiving in next 3 or 4 days of time period. If you have submitted, if you have presented during the conference, the participation certificate you will receive in next 3 days of time period.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, Anushri ma'am.
Yes, Dr. Prajakta ma'am.
Ma'am, I have one request. Like in the morning also, I dropped a mail that the papers which are presented, like mine, I wanted to publish in a Scopus. So if you are publishing it in a conference proceedings or like that, it may result into later on into plagiarism problem or like that.
No, ma'am. This won't happen, but we will get back to you on this during the review processes. We will be in constant touch with you for next 2 months of time period for the review process.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Now I request technical team to end up the meeting and see you in another conference, which will be conducted by IMERT very soon. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good day to all. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.